All right, good night, good night, good night. Welcome again to another session. Uh, Today's session again is Jibel FC the game. Topic: approaches to maximize your players' performance and recovery. And when I started to do the research, I could actually hear Sammy in my head saying it's a lot of information. So I decided to make it a two-part series. Hopefully next week we'll get the other version of this webinar. In football, worst blindness is only seeing the ball. For me, this has a lot of meaning and a lot of context. In that, a lot of the time, as coaches, we think of football solely as what we see the ball, and we often believe that what is going on the field happens by itself, and outside factors, whether it be physical, mental, or psychosocial, are affecting us on the field. So, in that context, as well as the other context, which is when we are on the field, we usually focus on the ball and not trying to look at space and where the opponents are. I found this a very interesting quote. In football, the worst blindness is only seeing the ball. All right, so player for the week is Mr. Zidane Sam. He just got his national team call. So let's just take in a little bit of him.
My name is Zidane Sam. I'm 22 years old, living in Grex, and I play for Jebel FC. I started playing football from a very young age. Playing football made a big impact in my life. I learned a lot. I think that football was just running and kicking off the ball to make it score. But when I get into the basic of the game, I know what it was. My best football moment was my first international goal that I scored for my country against BVI. My teammates would recommend me as a goal scorer. My worst football moment was playing in the final in Joshua with Galaxy and lose. I cried. Yes, it has challenges. I overcome them by pushing myself, motivating myself. I can do much better, no matter how hard it's getting. I see football in the next 5 years, played at professional levels.
All right, so that's our very own from Jebel FC, Zidane Sam. Just making the transfer over to our club from Greg's FC. Last season, he had the most goal in the local club championships last year. This year, after 4 games, he has 2 goals so far. So I'll hope for the best from him, as well as see him improve. He's also in the current men's national setup, the squad that is. So hopefully he can be a part of that team again. So now I'll take a pause and I'll allow those who are on to make any comments or anything that comes to mind as it relates to the list that was released in terms of the national team 40-man squad. If there anyone who wishes to comment as it relates to that before I make my other comments.
Well, it's really good to see some of the guys who are banned are back from the team. I think that's a plus.
Okay. All right.
But it seems like a couple of the we subtract a couple, we lose some, and we had some, we lose some.
So, such is the nature. Would be interesting to see what the final squad would be.
Yeah.
Yeah, would be interesting. They actually started training this week on Monday. I think they've done 2 sessions so far for the week. So preparations have started for them. From a football federation perspective, I could say that there was a retreat held by the technical department. A 2-day. Yes, as I was saying, there was a 2-day retreat held by the Football Federation, the technical department, which ran from Saturday to Sunday. So coming soon will be some ideas on renovations. I assume this is a combination of the meetings that the technical department has been having with the affiliates over the past couple of weeks. It started just before the volcanic eruption, and the last session they had was 2 weeks ago with the Premier and Fourth Division teams. So hopefully we can get some good news coming out from the Football Federation as it deals with the technical advancement of the game in Simmons and other games. All right, so that takes us to tonight's topic. What are we gonna look at basically tonight is recovery strategies, nutritional strategies, travel and performance, sleep and sleep hygiene, pre-match, halftime, post-match strategies. So this would entail the entire breakdown of this particular topic, but recovery strategy, nutritional strategies, travel, and performance, these are the ones we're gonna focus more on tonight. Whereas in second part, we'll be focusing on sleep and hygiene as well as pre-match, halftime, and post-match strategies. So without further ado, we'll continue from here. Now, to begin the topic, there are several, is particular a question that I would like to throw to the persons who are here. If you could give me an idea of what you think preparedness is. So what is preparedness in the context of football? How do you see it? What would you say is preparedness in your context of your teams, the teams that you saw? Anyone wish to share? Good night, Vicky. Welcome. So we're saying, what is the key to preparedness? Any suggestions? Any ideas? All right. Silent bunch tonight. So to answer this question, I think we need to look at what really is preparedness. Preparedness is a trade-off between fitness and fatigue. And I'm gonna go more in depth into what specifically this is. So we have training. In training, there's a link between the level of fitness you have and the fatigue. Now, the fatigue that you gain or the fitness that you have would then be equivalent to preparedness. So if you fatigue a lot, obviously it would minus your preparedness. If your fitness level goes up, then your preparedness is up there. So let's take into context the terms fitness and fatigue. Now, simply put, fitness is the ability to do work. So it's my ability to perform repetitive actions within the football context. Now, when we speak about fatigue, we're talking about more so tiredness. So it's now the lack of, this is me basically not being able to execute the different tasks that I'm supposed to execute within the context of football. But when we're talking training, and if we look at the principles of training, one of them we can look at is the principle of overload. In order for us to get fitter or improve, We must overload the athlete, and this is basically where we get them to a point of fatigue, and then they rest and recover, and basically that's how improvement is done. The context of training is to really overload the athlete, which means to fatigue them so that their fitness level can improve. But for this to take place, the body needs to rest and recover as well for this to take place. So when we talk preparedness, what we're really talking about is, are my players able to complete the 90 minutes or how much ever time the game goes, carrying out the different decision making and executing all the different, solving each problem, making the right runs. Are my players able to get this task completed? If obviously, if they're unable to, it means their fitness level is low and they're fatigued. If they're able to do it, then obviously their fitness level is up and they won't fatigue from the entire process. Now, preparedness obviously would mean us making sure that the athletes are able to solve the different problems that may arise within the game. So it's from this context we're going to look at the topic tonight. So how do we get our players into the best situation, the best possible condition based on fitness level and fatigue? And we look at how each of them impact each other as we progress through this session. Now, first, Vicky, you wanted to comment? No? All right. So the first thing we want to look at is post-match fatigue and recovery process. Now, post-match recovery takes up to about 72 hours in elite players. All right? Players experience reduced recovery time during congested fixtures, which increase acute and chronic fatigue, potentially resulting in underperformance and or injuries. So simple context. If our players are unable to get roughly about 72 hours before they are playing a game, they would get to this particular game not performing at their best. This is the context. So if the fixture is congested, so for example, of recent, most notably we had Jurgen Klopp and Pep Guardiola saying that there are too many games within the fixture. It is to this point that they are trying to get persons to recognize that the players are not getting enough time to recover so that they can be at their best. But what has Pep done to curb this or to work around this? We could say that he had a deeper squad and he has been rotating them so that they can have more time to rest. The disadvantage of this is where when the players are not able to recover, then obviously they are more prone to injury. All right? So this is something you need to take into context. And thinking back a couple of years back, when we had Caribbean qualifiers, you used to play roughly 3 games within 5 days. So you probably would play the Monday, the Wednesday, and the Friday. So you can recognize how the bigger squads are, the more physically prepared players will be prepared to participate in these type of tournaments. And you could also recognize that persons who are less fit, because of the little amount of time to recover, to play, their inability to perform well. So these are some contexts we need to take into consideration. The various recovery strategies can help regain performance and reduce the risk of injuries, potential cost, the potential of post-match fatigue. So what really can cause it? What do we need to look at when we're looking at post-match fatigue? So we know for sure dehydration comes in, glycogen depletion, we have muscle damage, we have mental fatigue. So after every game, these are the things that happen to the body. So one, we become dehydrated. Two, we lose a lot of glycogen. Three, damage the muscle. Four, we have mental fatigue. So this is basically, if we're unable to recover from these four things here, the performance of the players would not be at its best or optimal. And this is what we're gonna go into in terms of tonight's session. All right, so when we look at dehydration, it basically is how much your body will lose water as a result of participating in any physical activity. We do that in the sense of sweat and also in terms of the heat, in terms of vapor leaving the body. Obviously, the more water we lose, the less we have in the body, which in turn would mean that the body will not be able to carry out its functions as well as it should. So the context here is, without even taking the atmosphere or the temperature around us into consideration, we need to recognize that our players are going to lose a lot of water. So after the game, you need to make sure your players are rehydrating. All right, so this, again, the inability to have the lack of water in the body would mean the body will take longer to recover, in the sense of get rid of all the toxins that are in the body, how it digests food, how it heals, how the muscles recover. So hydration is one of the biggest things that we need to take into consideration. I'll pause here and allow you guys chance, if you wish, to comment as it relates to dehydration.
Well, I just got back from practice, and I was evaluating a new player, and a very fit player overall. But I could tell that he's very, very confident about himself in certain ways and didn't want to drink water. Like, the mental attitude of, oh, no, I'm okay. I'm good. I'm okay. So I'm acknowledging that sometimes it's a matter of explaining how these things work, even to the younger kids, so that they understand how necessary it is.
Yeah. So
they will refuse.
Yeah. One of the contexts I usually use when I'm trying to explain this to anyone is, think about a pot of water on the stove, and you turn on the burner. If you leave the fire on, obviously, we're gonna lose water within the pot. So that's the dehydration part of it. If we leave the pot on, obviously what's gonna happen? All the water is gonna be depleted, and we're gonna have some issues. Now then, I would give them a scenario of cooking. So if it was we were cooking rice, for example, and all the water is depleted, what would happen? We have burnt rice. And that's the context in which we can explain to our players. The rice can't be good if there's not enough water in it for it to cook properly. The body can't function well if there's not enough water for it to work with.
I like that example. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So dehydration role in post-match fatigue may be limited, as it takes about 6 hours to fully rehydrate if appropriate hydration takes place. So it would take you roughly about 6 hours to get in sufficient water once you are actually trying to take in water as you should. All right. Right. So the next one is basically looking at glycogen depletion. After a high level soccer match, the time of basically let me just simplify this instead of going through the context. So it's a similar situation in terms of when we looked at the removal of water. In this case, we are looking at glycogen, which is basically carbohydrates or whatever type of energy giving food that you had within. So the fact that you would have played the game, you're gonna need energy. by using up the stored energy, which is in the sense of glycogen in the body, it means you would have depleted all the amount of fuel that you have. So think of the context of at the end of the game, why am I so tired? Why is it that I can't execute what I'm supposed to do? And it's basically because we have used up the glycogen which is in our body. Now, the rule of thumb again is it takes between 48 to 72 hours for us to get back this glycogen within our system. And when we talk glycogen, what we're really talking about is any form of carbohydrates, whether it be bread, rice, yam, dasheen, pasta, that kind of stuff, getting them back into your system. The interesting side of it is when people consider or they try to explain to me that they should put sugar back into the body in the context of sweet stuff or let's say candy or that kind of stuff. Popsicles. Yes, they may have an immediate effect and yes, they will assist, but I want you to think about it in terms of Red Riding Hood. Well, the fox and the pigs. Each of the pigs had a specific house. One had a straw, one had a wood, one had a brick house. Think about the sweet stuff in the context of sugary foods. Yes, they're gonna provide you energy, but it wouldn't be able to sustain you. Just as the wolf came and huff and puff and blew the house down. Now, if we look at the carbohydrates and all the other complex carbs, which would give us a high source of glycogen, they would last a lot longer within our system and give us a lot more energy over a longer period of time. All right, so this is a context you need to look at. So we need to get them. Yes, go ahead.
Should we have those things, like pre-match?
Pre-match in terms of just before the game?
No.
After the game, so post-game?
No. I mean, if you start out in a given week, right?
Mm-hmm.
And your game is on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Like Saturday night.
You want to load up on a good amount of it. Yeah.
Right.
But then there's so having the balance with it, and you will see it later on, which is if I eat more than usual, then it might affect my sleep.
Right.
And if it affects my sleeps, then it affects my performance. So you have to it's a trial and error basically for you over your career, so you could try and figure out what will be best for you. There's also a calculation as well, a scientific calculation to know specifically how much of it you would need based on your body mass. All right? Yeah. So let's look at muscle damage. Again, when we start working the muscles, what we begin to do is what usually happens is that the muscle may develop some small tears, some microfiber tears. So this tearing of the muscle will happen over the course of the game. Right? So this is just the basic that I wanted to recognize. Over the course of the game, you'll be damaging your muscle by producing some mini tears within the muscle. And this is how the muscle would go. So after the muscle after it has had these mini cuts, in healing, what it does, it expands or the size of the muscle increase. Inversely, if we don't recover well enough, these muscles would not be able to heal properly, and this is what we call sore muscle. All right? So damaged muscle induced by high repetition of change of direction, acceleration, deceleration results in an inflammatory response and the associated oxidative stress during recovery, which is basically what I just mentioned. Because you're gonna have the muscle being torn or some small cuts, the body is gonna produce an inflammatory scenario where it's trying to heal itself. And if this process is not allowed to happen, then the muscle doesn't heal as quickly as it should, and we get sore. Now, damaged muscle results in structural changes in protein that are important for force generation capacity, which result in the relation in post-production capabilities and compromise physical performance on the hours and days after the match. So obviously, we have just trained or we have just exerted ourselves very hard in the game. As I said, the muscle will be damaged. The muscle is not allowed to heal, then obviously we can't be as strong as we can be. We don't recover properly, the muscle remains sore, we're unable to perform as well as we should. So this needs to be taken into consideration so that we recognize as coaches, if we are gonna play 2 back-to-back games or 3 back-to-back games, what it does to the muscular system. Hence the reason there's need for rest and recovery, as well as adding what we spoke about before, which is having glycogen, increasing our glycogen stores, as well as hydrating ourselves. All right, some practical recovery strategies to assist in basically what we just spoke about is 1, we could look at the nutrition, which is what we eat. 2, cold water, immersion, sleep. 3, active recovery and stretching, compression. So these are now how are we gonna deal with what we just mentioned, which is dehydration, how we're gonna deal with damage to the muscle, how we're gonna deal with glycogen depletion, and we're gonna look at how to function in that context, as well as massage. Electrical stimulation is another way of actually using these. So a question to you guys, have you ever spoken to your players or have you ever recommended any of these in terms of to assist your players in any given way? Any strategies that you would have given to your players to assist them in this? No, yes, no, no. All right, I'll go into them to see if you.
Yeah,
Hey, boss.
yeah. So I couldn't get on. Yeah, in terms of the ice bath, definitely. So we have weekends where we have 2 games, Saturday, Sunday. It's not practical. I always recommend the ice bath. Always with water. We ask them to recognize the hydration by looking at the color of the urine.
Correct.
When they use the bathroom. And massages, I always do for different players. And one thing that's not here that I recommend after player's been injured is to go see chiropractor if you can.
Okay.
Because a chiropractor fixed issues in my body at around early 30s. So the pain I was getting when I was in my early 20s and made me stop playing this game. When I got to around 30, I found a chiropractor and fixed me. And I didn't have the pains that I had. So with that, I always recommend seeing a chiropractor because in my case, I sprained my left ankle so many times. I walking on the right side, I messed up my right knee over time. All those times when you compensating,
yep.
So my pelvis went off, she was shifted once I was heading to the side. So I came to America like that with those problems. So every time I try to play and go hard, I pull my hamstring, I pull my quad. Something muscular was happening with me because my body wasn't balanced, wasn't aligned. So once I get aligned, all that pain went away. So with that, I recommend the chiropractor for people coming off injury.
Yes, very good point there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see you mentioned players, but as coaches, some of these strategies, we have to use also, especially when you have long camps, when you go to the PE class all day, morning and evening. I mean, one of the things that I do is that the PE class starts at 9 o'clock in the morning and it's finished after 11. I want to make sure that I have my lunch maybe 5 or 10 minutes after. And what works for me, I head into the beach right away. You understand? And by going to the beach, bathe for 15 minutes, and head back home as quickly as possible, get a little sleep, and get ready for my evening session. So this is what works for me all the time. So it's not only the players, the coaches, have to come up with their own strategies that work for them also.
Very good point, Samuel. Very good point. I just want to reiterate what Mohan was saying because I'm actually going through a process now with my vertebral column. So I had some issues a couple of weeks back, and I recognize all that you have been saying. But I don't think, at least locally, that is, we are exposed to those types of, what's the word I want to use it? We're not ready, or generally, males are not willing or ready to use the doctor, or the idea of the doctor, or the idea of the chiropractor as a means to assist in their process of whether it is recovery or performance or whatever the case may be. So even
same thing here, Theon. Same thing in the States. People scared of chiropractor. The same thing here.
But your trainers will be helpful also, wouldn't it be?
Yeah. If they have knowledge of doing a massage and that kind of stuff,
right,
just after the session, as you would see when we're looking at it here. Because most people, when they hear chiropractor or kinesiologist, they think propping up, and that's for them. That's what it is, propping up. But they're not recognizing that, as was said before, once the body becomes out of line, your ability to produce the amount of force, or even in the context of pain, you overcompensate, and one particular body part gets a lot of the load, or a specific muscle gets a lot of the load, and you get injured. So I really appreciate bringing up that point as well.
What about adding in, like, so this would be immediately after, but like proper cool down and stretching daily.
So as we go through, we will keep adding as well. If anything comes to your mind, keep adding. All right.
I think
go ahead.
Before you go forward, right? A buddy of mine, and you guys know who he is, I mean, he stretched for like 45 minutes before the game. 45 minutes. Right, Patrick?
Sammy, I know you're talking about me, You're right. You know what? Listen, I've had a history because I have big muscles. I had to take extra time to warm up. I remember a lot of times I played for Haroon or against Haroon, and everybody laughing at me. Time to kick off, and I'm still down stretching. But guess what? I finished the game without a muscle tear. I want to make one point about stretching. I still notice that players are bouncing on the muscle. They go down and go back and forth. That's a dangerous thing to do. That's having the opposite effect. They're supposed to push the muscle and hold it there. Then come back and push it a little further the next time. But they should never, and they do it with the groin muscle especially. They just bounce, they go back and forward. And I've seen it all over, here and in the islands. And that's not how you stretch a muscle. No good.
I think this is our discussion point, that particular point that you brought up. So the literature is saying that we, especially in football, however physical activity, when we are trying to prepare for the game, we do more dynamic stretching versus when we are finishing, we do a lot more static stretching, which is where dynamic would be stretching in motion basically, whereas static would mean we're holding a specific position for a long period of time. So the literature is saying that we are going to be active, so we get the muscle ready to be being its the possible range of motion, take it to the possible range of motion so that it is ready for when we start it. So being static, at least that's what the literature is saying.
Right, but
aid in the performance before we start. Go ahead, sir.
But no, I was just going to say, but it's when they do the static stretching is when they really bounce on that muscle. And
at the end.
You should. My understanding is you shouldn't bounce in it at all. little jogging and so on. That's warming the muscle up. That's getting it hot, and then you push it further and you hold for a while, and then you go again. But that's been my understanding.
But the recovery performance, after the game, the recovery performance, stretching doesn't really add anything to it, really, does it?
Well, yeah. I mean,
after the game,
right after the game, you should warm down and you should stretch because it's light stretching and it relaxes the muscle. You shouldn't just suddenly stop. You can walk. You walk, you just hold your instep so you can do the quad, touch your toes, do the hamstring and so on as you walk. That's light stretching. I mean, it's still active, but it's light. You should do that after as part of your warm down.
Cool down, so.
Cool down. That's cool.
Yeah. So for me, I would agree with you, but to an extent, in the sense that we have to make sure that we remind our players that they can do these types of stretching for long. Why? As was mentioned before, when we work out very hard, we damage the muscles. So imagine us having small cuts within the muscle and us stretching for a long period of time and trying to push ourselves too far would only mean that we would open up these cuts and lengthen the period of recovery. So we have to find that balance, basically. Yes, I agree that in the cool down session, we should include some form of stretching, but not to the extent to increase the cut or damage that may occur from it. All right, so nutritional strategies. To achieve a state of hyperhydration after 6 consumption of high sodium drinks. So the context here now, to get back to that particular sweat loss that we had, we need to consider getting about roughly 61 milliliters of sodium drink within our system. To resynthesize the muscle glycogen stores, an intake of high glycemic index carbohydrates at the end of a match is important. 15 minutes interval up to 5 hours. So this is the context. We need to get back in more than actually what we lost, and we should consider getting it back in 15-minute intervals, which means you're not gonna eat a large amount of food at this particular time, but smaller portions over a 5-hour period. Obviously, this is to optimize muscle damage repair and protein ingestion. Questions?
What we suggest up here, chocolate milk?
We getting them, man. Like okay. You're reading my stuff, man.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so a high carbohydrate intake may be necessary for more physically demanding positions. So now we're gonna look into the specifics of it. While we're looking at nutrition, we're now looking at nutrition for position or nutrition for body type, nutrition based on the load that the individual had to carry. So for example, the fullback, the midfield, and the wingers, who do we think would have exerted more, and what type of carbohydrate intake they should take should be a thought that we need to look at. All right. Look at here now, Sammy. So chocolate milk may be a great option when it comes to the exercise performance, protein synthesis, perceived soreness, and markers of the muscle. So again, to help with the process of healing, they're suggesting that chocolate milk is one of the things that we can consider. Now, for me, this is interesting. What if I'm a vegan? What are you gonna propose to a player who's a vegan? Anyone wanna jump in here? I mean, say almond milk. Any proposals, anything that comes to mind? Any other thing that you would consider? Or it's just chocolate milk, Sammy?
Uh,
I mean, it could be like almonds. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're itself.
How about some bananas and potatoes? No.
There you go. You start getting it. You start getting it.
For the vegans, yeah, they'll give you some energy.
That'll give you some energy and some protein as well. So again, we need to look at omega-3 fatty acids. That's for people like me who are pescatarians who have a source of that. Cumin and tart cherry juice. So this is another recommendation again. And both of them help with those things that I just mentioned. They help with anti-inflammatory. So the inflammation that usually comes as a result of these type of exercise and damaging the tissues, as well as antioxidant effect, which would help you to break it down, break down these complex food. You need to have these things in the diet. And just before I conclude, I'm gonna show you another scenario, and then you older guys will tell me what you think. All right? Should be able to obtain omega-3 through diet, which would be linseed oils, rapeseed oil, salmon, mackerel, avocados. So alcohol hinders recovery and repair process and results in dehydration. So here's a question for you guys who are here. Think back to when you were younger. So let's say younger is the context of 14, 15. After a game, what did you eat? What did you eat? Just a general question.
Okay. We at Emmanuel, right?
Mm-hmm.
We after every game, the coach used to give us like a lot of dry bread and water.
Dry bread and water, okay. But generally, what did you used to eat, let's say, when you go to practice on a Saturday when you get back home? I want to hear Sammy as well. Go ahead. I want to hear...
Couple mango.
Mango.
What I used to eat is like fruits.
Fruits. All right. Okay. Yeah. So, here's my context. Here's my point. Now, so compare all right? So obviously, those things I just mentioned there, but basically, stuff that we just spoke about that you need to eat to recover so that you could be ready for the next particular session. So it would have helped, obviously, with protein synthesis and the antioxidant as well as decreasing the inflammatory effects. Now, listen to the context. Now, the kids are going to drink an aerated drink after they're finished. They get a popsicle, they get crackers.
What do you call that sweet bread? What do you think on top?
Rock cake.
So, but you have the red thing on top.
Rock cake. So can we already take the shift basically from us moving away from the fruits that we used to eat so much after games because they were so readily available to know, where we recognize that the kids are there at least now, they hardly use this kind of stuff. So can we see how just these simple changes can hinder the actual level of performance of the players that we have today? Just a simple scenario. Much of them don't even drink.
Absolutely, and the general health of kids overall. Because in our youth sports, a lot of the kids and the parents treat games and the practices like their birthday. It's just really weird. They give them cakes and chips and donuts. It's crazy, crazy. And some people get upset if you try to fix that, you know, because the kids, well, I want to make the kids happy. Oh, but you know, look how happy they are. Well, the other kids want it too. They're not going to eat it if it's not like that. And that's a big problem.
Yeah. So again, it brings me back to this scenario. If we keep stocking them up on these inferior glycogen stores, then obviously they're not gonna have enough sufficient energy to get them through to the game, which in turn would then reckon then the onset of fatigue. And obviously, post-match, if they continue to do that, obviously the repair of the body wouldn't be as good as it should if you were to get these type of stuff into your system. And again, for me, I always say you are what you eat.
Wait, yeah, I think I want you to elaborate on this, right? I mean, you know, our culture, you know, we love to how we lime and cook out and things like that, right? So you can tell us now, you know, we go on this line, don't lay down there. And we cooking some goat and dumpling and provision and things like that, right? So the Rasta man them, they want to do it because all we are friends, you know, they want to do this, right? But what interesting to me, they were using coconut, I guess coconut milk to cook their rice. So part of our nutritional diet, you know, that is very important, you know, is really coconut milk. And, you know, I think we have to touch on that. I don't know much about it.
One of the contexts and that we need to take into consideration are the sources of proteins. All right. So I'll give you a scenario. So when I went to Venezuela to study and I told them that I don't use meat, I don't use this, everyone looked at me strange and said I wouldn't be healthy. And then for me, I could recognize why they would say it, because it's a lack of knowledge. So for example, peas, nuts, beans are legumes and they are protein. In some instances, for example, potato, you need to get a hint of protein as well. You can also get protein from fish as well. But people only see the pork, the chicken, the turkey as only source of protein. But having these plant-based proteins can give you sufficient amount of protein for you to function well. Right? What can also be looked at as well is the rate of digestion is a lot faster if you are plant-based to if you are meat-based, which again would affect the process of recovery. So that's what I would say on that. The other thing is the coconut milk. It would expose you to a lot of minerals and salts, which again would help in the process of giving us antioxidants and anti-inflammatory stuff within our body naturally for us to heal well.
Okay. Yes. While we're on this topic, the national team, Vince national team, we went to Costa Rica, and the amount of beans that they give us, Jesus. Every day it was beans. And that can't be good for, you know, we're not accustomed to eat that kind of beans, you know. So there's something that I don't know that they knew. Could you explain that to me?
So again, beans is a high source of protein. So obviously after training, you need protein to recover, rebuild the muscle, or to rebuild the tissue. So you may use meats like chicken, pork, and that kind of stuff, but beans also can assist in that particular process. Right? So in terms of digestion, as I said, it would digest faster than the other meats. But generally and in terms of as I said, digestion, it digests quick. And in terms of long-lasting stores of protein, it's similar just as the meats and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Gordon.
Go ahead, sir.
Gordon, let me just say good night to everybody. With regards to the post-match eating, nutrition, and I'm relating this to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And since we're talking about you need to replace loss of minerals. And here we're talking about electrolytes, basically, like sodiums and so on, from sweating. We have available to us in abundance. Well, probably not knows that is the superfood of Europe. Banana, ripe banana, is a good source of sodium. And that ends up
Go ahead. Go ahead, Stu.
Right. So I was saying that ripe banana could be used, players could be encouraged to use it to make a milkshake, a shake, and bring to their games. Added to that, if we're going to replace protein, groundnut, raw peanuts is an excellent source of protein, which we have available to us again in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That could be blended into your banana shake as well, if the player wants to eat it raw. But the combination of those two things would replace a lot of electrolytes, your protein, and in groundnut you get your omega, because groundnut have an X amount of oil, because groundnut is used to make peanut butter and so on, and you'd realize that there's oil in that as well too. So
correct.
There's some things that we have local that we can encourage players to use that could work just as well as any other.
I know how to interpret what you just said, in the sense that I am for our local. If you ask me about Gatorade, I tell you I don't want it. Similarly, right? I tell you that.
Coconut water is just as good too.
And that's what I just gonna highlight. I was just gonna go back to Sammy's point. It's the same with the coconut water. How about lime water without sugar? Same context. Even with sugar.
I wanted to mention that. I don't know if it was a myth, but when in my time, we playing, we were told by the older players that you squeeze some lime in your water that you bring, and it gives you, this is what they say, stamina. I don't know, I never checked that out to find out what was the thing behind it, but you just mentioned it. I don't know. What's so special about the lime?
It's the same electrolytes. It's the same electrolytes you're replacing. Same thing.
In 2015, I think 2014, I went to Italy with the Olympic developmental team. And after every game, the hotel will give the players pasta. And I always try to figure out why. So they will get pasta and maybe a piece of chicken or a piece of fish. What it was pasta like every night.
So the context of the pasta. So let's look at it again. When we start to play, we lose a lot of fluid. So let's look at that as water. What goes out with the water is salts, like sodium, minerals, and that kind of stuff in the body. So that's one side. Next side is we use energy. We lose a lot of energy, the stores that are inside our body to give us energy. And the last one is we damage the muscles, so the muscles need to repair. So for us, the first part, which is the electrolyte part, meaning we lost a lot of fluids and salts, that's us putting back in water and the Gatorade, and like Mr. Stu said, the coconut water. So that's that side of it. All right. Now the next side of it, which is the energy side. So we lose the stores of energy that we have in the body. So we need to put it back. So this is the context now of the pasta. So that's why they were eating the pasta after and always, because it's a simple way of getting back a rich source of glycogen or carbohydrates back into the body. And on the other side, the reason they have the meat in the plate is to help with the development or the repair of the muscles that which would have been damaged during the session.
Okay.
So,
right.
So listen to this now. We had our camping on 2015, right? And two things really that, Scrambler probably forget, right? Every morning, we buy, the bottle of water. It costs $10, right? And that allows us,
And the coconut water, I remember.
Right. So, here is what. So, I think the people who sponsor the camp, they'll cook food for the kids, eh? But here what the kids don't want now. Man, they love the pillow down there. Yeah, that's that. So, coach, all the fans, we love the pillow.
That's the whole thing. So there again. So if you do the same chicken pillow,
right,
you're only covering two sides of it. So you're covering the side where you're getting the rice, which will help with the replenishing the glycogen or the carbohydrates that you would have lost. And then you have the meat, which in turn would help with the repair and growth of the muscle that were damaged. The context now of having the vegetables and the fruits and a lot of water, that now would help on the other side, which is hydrating the body and getting back the right condition within the body for it to repair properly. So here's something to consider now. So what is a Vincentian Sunday lunch? Anybody? What do we know as Sunday lunch? What do we eat for Sunday? What's Sunday lunch?
You want pie? You
want pie?
You want baked chicken? You want
pie,
baked pork?
Baked pork.
That lady was funny though.
Huh?
That lady was funny.
So pie, potato salad, pork or chicken. Anything else?
Rice and peas.
Plantain salad again. And if you look across the plate, what you recognize is that we eat a lot of carbs. So which may have a positive or a negative effect in the sense that are we working hard enough to deplete all of this stored energy? If not, this is the way we gain weight. If we are, then it is sufficient, but it is highly unlikely based on how we eat that we burn this type of energy to get rid of all that glycogen we would have. So that's a simple context to show you why we start looking the way we look now instead of muscular as we were. So think about what you used to do. You used to walk to go everywhere. You used to do more agricultural work, and you used to be more participative in sporting activity. Hence, the big carbohydrate lunch was necessary because you were doing a lot of physical activity which required a lot of energy. But now that you have removed all of this physical activity, all you're doing is eating food to store. And as you keep storing it, you get bigger, you get fatter, and the rest is history. You get a Sammy belly.
Come on. I'm a chef, you know.
All right, so this is just some context, just some things to help your players with, to get them to recognize how they could increase recovery and help with their particular performance. All right, so I want to go with Muhan, as he mentioned this point, and I'll tell him what I think about it and contentious about it. So, what emotion, anybody else want to come in as well? You could come in as well.
Gordon.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Before you go on, a thought that just came to mind.
Mm-hmm.
The SVGFF met recently, and I think they're putting something together that has to do with a Vinci way, a Vinci heat model or something to that effect. Is this a part of is nutritional strategy embedded into that, so that we can change the culture the culture of our players in terms of their diet and so on, which is key to performance. Just a thought. I don't know if you're aware of if you can answer that.
It is a brilliant thought, but the context of the meeting wasn't to that. It didn't extend to that particular point. What was looked at was system of play, philosophy, vision, mission, and how we were going to improve St. Vincent football. So this, what you're talking here, would be the second part of implementation of that whole process. So how we were going to develop the elite game in terms of what happens with the leagues, the coaching, the players. That was what the discussion was about. Yes, I agree with you. That needs to be a part of the discussion as well.
But I think also to add to that, if there's a manual, I assume, there will be a manual for all of this, right?
Yep.
And instead of the manual, still, as you mentioned, the nutrition has to be part of it, because you have to let the kids know what they're going to do, what they should eat overnight, and what time and all that kind of, that has to be part of it. And bear in mind, usually with this, there's really two manuals. One for the coaches that dictates everything, and one for the players in a shorter form also, which is a little bit more difficult,
Yeah.
But that is necessary.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. Just a quick observation. Mr. Carrington, are you now Stacy just fed?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the man.
I'll tell you something else.
You will stop use people's stuff, man.
When I have all my stuff, this is the working area,
All right, so cold water emotion, what do we think about that? What's the context for you? What do you know about it? What do you understand about it? What Mohan mentioned earlier, he does some of that. Anyone else has ever done it? Knows how it works?
I just think, it's big up here, right? When we look at the NFL and, and basketball and stuff like that, it's really huge up here. And you're talking about, I remember the first time, right?
Mm-hmm.
How they treat ankle injury up here. They put the ankle in a bucket of water with ice.
Mm-hmm.
And the first 2 minutes, you know what you want to do. You understand? But those guys are putting their body in that.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. You understand? And that's immediately after the game. So what it relieved the soreness more or less immediately. And I was pleased to hear that Left I say wrong guy enough for that down there. And that was really interesting to me. That he believed in it so much when he was in Seattle now. That he really wanted it in St. Vincent. So that was interesting.
Within our context, I don't think this is a strategy that's used much. I know for sure that the current national team, they try to do it a lot. I have my concerns as it relates to it. So, for example, the function of coal is usually to constrict, meaning make smaller. So, and it slows the process of inflammation. One of the things that we need to recognize is that inflammation is a good thing. So if you're slowing down the process of inflammation, it means the process of healing is also slowing down. It may have some advantage in terms of cooling the temperature and that kind of stuff, but in my context, what I prefer is warm. Why? Because the use of warm therapy, what it does, it increases the amount of blood that goes to a specific area, and blood is what we use to heal a particular area because it brings the nutrients, it replaces all the bad tissues and get rid of what is there. So for me, I've done this, yes, but in reading and researching, it's kind of interesting to try and strike the balance between warm and cold. There's also the strategy of doing warm and cold at the same time. So you do 5 minutes in the cold, 5 minutes in the warm, 5 minutes in the cold, 5 minutes in the warm. This as well, they have been using it as well to develop players' mental toughness and their ability to focus. Because I know I've been immersed in this cold water and I know what it is before. For after 3 minutes, you're kind of numb, so you could kind of handle it, but before that, it takes a lot from you. Vicky, I see you're trying again.
Yes. So this is a very interesting topic because you're so right. Most people are still on the freezing. When I used to run cross country in college, we didn't dunk ourselves in ice. We had the advantage of having a creek, and we just sat in the creek, that's what we did. It was very cold.
You're breaking up, Vicky. You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you well.
So better? Is it better now?
Yes.
So my friend is an acupuncturist, and she's Chinese. She's from China. And what they say is what you were saying, is that the cold inhibits the healing process. And you should allow the inflammation because that's the natural process of the body. And I also remember learning years ago that in China, a lot of what people
I hear you again, Vicky. You broke up again. Hopefully you didn't lose your signal there. Vicky, you there? I'm guessing she dropped out. Vicky, we'll give her a chance to come back whenever she does. Now hearing you, Santi, didn't hear you after you spoke about your Chinese friend. We didn't hear anything after that, basically. If you could try and give us that again.
Is Vicky back, Theon?
Not yet.
Okay, could I chime in with another view?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
The call is for immediately after you finish playing. You really don't want inflammation and you don't want blood vessels because blood will activate and create pain and swelling. The heat will. Just after you play, you want to immerse yourself in cold because it cools the muscles down, and all those little tears and things you're talking about, it'll cool it down, and it will prevent a lot of swelling. And with swelling comes pain. The heat comes before, maybe the day after or the morning after, or even before you play, because you're right, the heat draws the blood towards the muscles to heal it, right? But that's after that's after a lot of the swelling is gone, because if you try to put the heat right after a game and you're bruised and whatnot, it'll be very painful, and the blood will create a lot of swelling around that thing, and eventually it slows up the healing. So the cold cools it down, prevents the swelling, it's less pain, and then after a few hours or so, maybe the next morning, you're getting ready to play. Now you want to activate the muscle, you want to bring the blood to it, and that's when the healing really starts. That's my understanding from the trainers that I've worked with. So, maybe that's just a different view. That's how it depends on the stage that you're in when you use the cold.
Yeah, okay. Vicky, I want to get you back in. We didn't hear anything after you spoke about your friend. If you're there, Vicky, you broke up. Is there? Vicky? All right, I guess we could take someone else until Vicky. Yes, go ahead. Mohan.
Just now, what Patrick just said, I found interesting. So I just want to understand what you said about the heat. So like Patrick said, after the game, the cold is better. Do you agree with that one?
For me, I want the body to walk its course first. That's how I would function, at least with my body, that is.
Okay.
That's how I would work. The problem, I want the inflammation process to take place.
Okay. So what about if you get like a fresh injury, like you roll the ankle or something,
right,
and it come out the field? What would you do then?
I strap it up.
That's when you use the cold.
Ice?
No
That's
ice.
when you use the cold thing.
Okay.
So I would use ice on portions and that kind of stuff. I would use ice if it's available, but it's not ice for a long period of time. All right, that's my context. As I said, I want the inflammation to take place. I want the swelling to take place because that's
you want the swelling to take place.
Process. Yes, swelling is a part of the process. It is a part of the process of healing. Swelling indicates to you that something is wrong.
Right, something is wrong.
You allow, yes, something is wrong. So you allow the body to go through that process. And then, for me, as I said, I want to get more blood to that particular area so that it could heal. That's my approach to it. So I will use ice, but it would be a lot less ice in my context. It would be more warm in my context. That's what I would use personally.
Well, you see, the heat is going to increase your swelling, you know that, right? It'll increase your swelling twofold. Yep. And that slows the healing process. It really does.
So I'll ask a question.
More research. Do more research.
No, I've done it. I've done it, and I've done it on myself. So that's why I talk about that. So here's a context. Why when players get injured, they try to get to warmer climates?
They try to do what?
Get to warmer climates.
Warmer climates?
Yeah. In the professional game. In the professional game, when players get injured, they try to get them to Dubai. They try to get them to these places that are hot. The conditions are usually hot. Any concept?
Good point.
Yeah, research it some more. That may not have anything to do with it.
I am saying I'm researching it. I'm saying I've done all of it. I am saying I've done it on myself. I've tried it. So, but I want to get back Vicky, man. I want to get Vicky's perspective. I'm not here now.
I'm sure she'll check in again.
She's here, but I guess some mic is muted, so I'm not here now. Vicky, you there?
Like Vicky, I flew in Miami.
She typed. She says she agrees with the natural process. I'm guessing she's having issues with her mic. But yeah, Patrick, in my context, I am more for the warm. And as I said, strategies that have been used would be the warm and cool. So for example, like you said, you come off the field, you go into the cold, and you go into the warm, you go back to the cold, you go back to the warm. So what it does to the blood vessels is constrict and expand, constrict, expand. So as a result, it pumps and moves the blood around the body a lot faster. With the cold, what it does again is constrict the blood cells, not allowing for the blood to move around. Hence the reason the context of less swelling takes place, because there's not a lot of blood around the particular area that you're icing. But as I said, my context is I want to warm it up so that the blood gets there. The more blood gets there, the healing process begins to deal with the inflammation and that kind of stuff. All right, so we can move on once Vicky is unable to. Hey,
listening to the information that you gave him, your take on it, and Mr. Hahn take on it. Mm-hmm. I can my understanding of it takes both information from what you're saying and what Mr. Hahn is also saying.
Yeah.
In that when you play a game, and more so football, the contact and so on from playing and the damage to the muscles and the damage to the capillaries and so on, the bruising that occurs. Capillary actually gets damaged and there's bleeding within the muscle as well too. So the use of cold, the cold water, or maybe the ice that person might want to put on if it's an injury to
whatever area,
as Mohan mentioned, whatever area, sort of like you said, constrict the capillaries, which means that they get small in diameter and restrict the amount of bleeding within the muscle. right? At the same time, you're also saying that you want the blood to flow so that it brings nutrients to heal damaged area and it remove the buildup of substances, harmful substances that are there.
Yeah.
And so in my thing would be to a certain extent, yes, the cool is important, but I would go for the cool and the warm sort of treatment. But
Yeah.
it has to be monitored carefully so that you don't want to use heat. In my opinion, I don't think you use heat at the beginning because you're going to vasodilate those capillaries and cause more bleeding. And as Patrick said, that is what causes generally swelling and so on. So it's something that you have to
so the time at which you apply it.
Right.
Yeah. So this is why it's so commonly used with NFL players now because of the pounding and bruise and stuff like that they get during the game.
I don't know why people just play that sport, but anyway.
Come on, man. It's the best sport. It's the best sport.
But yes, I agree. I agree with Patrick, and I agree with. I think timing is key in terms of when we use these strategies and for how long and what we do with regards to that. All right, so that's a good context. Right.
Theon,
Yes.
you said warm. You didn't say hot, right?
Warm. Yes.
You said a little bit of ice. So I need details on these things.
Okay.
If you're gonna use ice, how much ice? How much time for the ice?
So 6 minutes.
Okay.
You should be good. 6 minutes, you should be good in the ice.
Okay, because they've been telling us 15 to 20 for years.
So 6 minutes is good, but I remember my outlook on it. So
no, yeah, I want your outlook. I don't want to hear what I hear all the rest already. I want to hear the thing.
My thing is 6, and then as I said, warm is not necessarily hot. So there's a difference.
That's what I heard. I heard warm.
Right. So warm is to get it roughly about where the body temperature is, roughly around that particular that I'm comfortable in. I'm comfortable in it. Okay. And then as was mentioned, as the days progress, then I start moving hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. Right?
6 minutes. What 6 minutes could do, man? It's gotta be 10 to 12 minutes.
You ever immerse yourself in one of those things? You ever immerse yourself in one?
Man, it's 10 to 12 minutes. The 6 minutes can't do anything.
Sammy,
you afraid pain?
Sammy.
Yeah.
This is Theon's feeling on. That's why you ask some questions to hear, because this is man's field. So the man have something cooking with over here. So that's why I noticed the man cooking with something. I want to know what the man cooking with. Okay. I can't tell who wrong, who right. I would have said the same stuff for years.
So I seen Vicky have in the chat here. So rest, ice, compress, elevate. So obviously rest, you get off the injury. You ice, you compress, meaning you add bandage to it, and then you elevate, which is you try to keep it up above so that the blood could be circulated by gravity. Now, with that being said, there are no counter arguments towards this rice theory. So rest, what does rest really mean? If rest means completely not do anything, then like you just mentioned, what ice? Ice in what context? When, where, how much ice, for how long? Compression. Why would we compress and how we compress if we want the blood to circulate? And elevation is the other context. How and where based on the individual's body structure. So even in this one that we know for so long, there's counter arguments towards it. There's a lot more that would come out. It's like you said, a lot of theories come out. For me, again, why I'm doing this is for persons to get the information. How you choose to use the information is really up to you. Let you know what's out there. You do your own research and you recognize based on your circumstances what best will work for you, and then you push forward. That's my context. And I love the conversation, by the way.
But what I see,
sorry.
What I see, those young boys who now come out of college, right? It's how aggressive they are, man. They ain't believing on rest and thing, you know. They ain't believing that kind of thing. They are aggressive. Like, for example, an ankle injury, right? I see in 3 days, the man pushed the swelling from the ankle, right, to the instep, through my toes. And I say, oh my God, I have never seen anything like that. And this is how aggressive these guys are. Right after surgery, right? Knee surgery. These guys start to the rehab right there, right after surgery.
So that's why I said the rest concept, which is the right concept. What does rest really mean?
Exactly.
Yep. That's a good point. Yes. So go ahead.
Gordon, the thing the last time I was on this program, we when you were talking about the periodization. You just mentioned something that is very key. Science is digging for things that can be practiced that improve recovery at a faster rate, interfering with the body's natural way of doing things. And then within a few years, that same science thing that we've been practicing becomes redundant, and there's something that comes up against that. And Mr. Sammy, you mentioned something a while ago there. What used to happen when we had a sprain? You guys remember we used to go and have that thing being 90 and so on?
I told us.
By the person in the village who know how to 90.
So I told my guys, and I told my trainers that, right? And what they say, it makes sense. They say it makes sense because you're moving away the blood from that area. You understand?
But I am contentious. I'm contentious with that now. I agree with the 19, but the process is my problem. So here's an example, Sammy. If you have a bruise, when you push your finger in it and push away the blood in the bruise itself, just think about it. What's gonna happen to the bruise?
Man,
you gotta make it worse, right?
Well, no, listen, man.
So hold on. The context is this: the 19, what you do is around, meaning above and below the specific area that is damaged, so you could get the blood to move, as was said, and you get it to circulate, but not necessarily the injured part. You understand what I'm trying to get across? Not in the bruise. You ain't gonna push your finger in a cut. You ain't gonna push your finger in a bruise.
Man, it's about the tala grease. The grease.
I know the tala grease. I know.
God, I almost pee my skin. Have people knife my ankle.
Man, bare head. Listen,
and it's not above and below, you know, and the damaged area itself.
So just imagine how much worse.
So why would you go get your ankle anointed?
Hello?
Why go with your ankle? I went the first time for my son. I was playing goalie. I mean, my son got injured. I went to the anointing. I bought from mother. I never went back.
Well, exactly.
I can't imagine my ankle. I can't imagine that I would my good foot, I would kick him. I don't know.
Right. But the science behind it now, the science, the studies that have been done with regards to that, it is ridiculous. You do more damage in 19 than anything else. The way how these old people used to do the thing.
So this is, and Theon, I guess this is the next topic. Theon, this is the next topic, electrical stimulation.
We get into that. All right, so let's look at sleep and ways to counteract disturbed sleep. So naturally, you recognize that sleep is key, and this is when the body recovers. The process of rest is when the body gets stronger. So one of the common things that we believe is if we train every single day, we will improve. But what we need to recognize is that the body needs time to rest and recover. The rest and recover is when we get stronger, not while we are training. So we need to get that context out. Next, we need to also recognize that there are different types of sleep and phases of sleep. All right. So at a specific point, which is the REM sleep, once you get to that point, that's the point where dreams happen and you really drift off. That's the point that you need to get to for the body to recover and sleep and function well. A lot of us take some power naps and figure that it's okay. A lot of us sleep during the day and feel that it's okay. But what is recommending is sleeping in the night or creating a night atmosphere in the context of there's no light in the particular room that you're using. All right, so this is a context that you need to take to get you to that state of REM sleeping. So after any game, any hard physical game, it affects your sleep. I don't know about you guys. When I play a hard game, I can't eat. Let me do say I can't eat. I don't have an appetite and I struggle to fall asleep. All right, so that for me is a normal thing or a common thing. Hydration, hyperhydration may result in waking up several times. So while we want to hydrate, this is the flip side of it. We might drink too much water and then have to get up regularly to pee. So that's another side of it as well when we're hydrating. So while we hydrate, we have to also recognize if we overhydrate, we're going to disturb our sleep. So again, the room must be dark, no snack, and no high protein and low carbohydrates. So the point behind this, think about children. If you give them sugary stuff, they get hyperactive. Same process gonna happen to you. Once you eat those kind of stuff before you're about to sleep, it's gonna be hard for you to fall asleep. If the room is not dark, same particular context. If you snack, same particular context. All right?
I see so much people eat and sleep, come on, man.
Yes, but what you need to recognize, if you look at it in the context of digestion or movement, look at it in the context of movement. When you sit, the majority of the blood goes back to your organs. It moves away from your muscles. Goes to your organs so that digestion can take place and so forth. If your body continually digests food throughout the night, it means you're not resting. Your body not getting to that state of the REM sleep that we were talking about. Yes, you will sleep, but it would not be a restful sleep. Right? So that's what you have to take into consideration. All right. So
right now, right, as a coach, I'm not playing anymore. I always go to sleep 2 hours before practice. And when I get up, I'm ready to go, partner. I'm fresh, ready to go.
I agree with you. But
I do it every day.
I agree with you, and that's a good routine. But I'm talking about night in the night, when we decide to get 6 or 8 hours of sleep. That's what I'm looking at.
Doesn't affect my night at all.
No, I'm saying from the player's perspective, they need to put in the amount of sleep, rest, and recovery. Yeah?
Right.
So sleep loss results in a reduction in muscle glycogen content, meaning if you're not sleeping properly, you're not resting properly, you're not storing the requisite amount of glycogen. Hence, you won't have enough energy when the day comes. All right? And chronic restriction in sleep may amplify soreness. So if you're not resting and allowing the body to recover, then soreness will persist. All right? Sleep loss may result in a reduction in the ability to commit to new experiences to memory. So obviously, you're not sleeping well, your ability to process information the next day won't be as good as if you had a proper rest. All right, so you need to consider that and take that into consideration. Conversations to have with your player. And obviously, if all of these things happen and you don't have enough sleep, you're going to compromise your immune system, meaning you stay sick for a longer period of time, you're exposed to having more colds, fevers, flus, and that kind of stuff. So sleep is quite key in order for us to get our athletes or even yourself to perform at the best.
And Gordon, I think we can add to that, it increases your risk of injury. There's a higher risk of injuring yourself if you are not recovered sufficiently because of lack of sleep and so on. So
correct.
Yes, I agree with that too.
I agree too. So again, how do we counteract what we just said? So high blue glycogen and carbohydrates used for the muscle glycogen restoration, maybe also positive influence to sleep. So while we may say don't eat it immediately before you sleep because it may affect the process of sleeping and digestion, if you could get it in while before, because if you think about it in the context of what we just call quote unquote niggeritis, after we have a big meal, we tend to get tired. And the reason for that is what I mentioned before, which is when you eat and you sit and you relax, the muscle goes towards the organs and less blood goes to the brain. And that is why we get sleepy and drowsy. So that's the context to get us to that particular point of sleep. So body heat loss could promote sleepiness and rapid onset of sleep. So in Simpson, we can't sleep without the fan. Obviously, we know Sammy uses aircon. So if we could get the players to reduce their body temperature, it will help with the process of sleeping. Dark and quiet room, no electronic device. And this is how Sammy sleep. AC set between 18 and 24. Eye shades, earplugs. And the context of this is the brain, even though we are quote unquote sleeping, the brain is still processing once there's a light and once there's sound. So if we could eliminate as much as possible the light and the sound, we could allow the brain to relax. All right. Some context. Yeah.
Something I want to add to that too.
Mm-hmm.
I have to have a comforter, my friend. I have to. It doesn't matter how hot it is. I have to go under the sheet a comforter.
I have that similar thing as well. So what we can add to that is get players to have a regular sleeping pattern or custom. So like Sammy said, he needs a fan, he needs a comforter. Make sure you have these things available for them whenever it's time to sleep so that the process of sleeping becomes a lot easier. All right. Go ahead.
The only time I never sleep after a game is after losing a finals against Mr. Ralston in Beckway. I'm telling you, man, that was the worst 1-0 I ever faced.
You needed sleep therapy, man.
I'm telling you, man.
So how and when did you get to Beckwith?
Me? I'm Vinci Park Beckwith.
No, I'm saying, did you go down the day?
No.
The game or before?
I used to live in Beckwith just before I came to the States.
All right. So how did you sleep the night before?
Good. Prepare for the game.
Okay.
Well rested.
So why basically saying that your team was just better? It was
no. Ask somebody go. Let's go.
It seems like
somebody go. Let's go.
It seems like he had a lot. It seems like he had a lot resting on the match, and everything just got messed up. Look at it, bet.
Something that we had to mention too. I'm 2 hours away from my practice on a Saturday, right? I leave home at 7. I get down there at 9. Practice from 9 until 11, and head back up for another 2 hours. And sometimes, I just don't know how I make it home because I'm so tired. And you can feel the sleep on the highway, and it's so dangerous. It's so scary and dangerous sometimes.
Sammy, cut that out.
Cut that out, brother. Cut that out.
Sammy, but listen to it.
Move close to the field, Sammy.
No, listen to that. So, here am I, right? It's 11, 12 o'clock, and I'm trying to get home. And I'm trying, but what I should really do is really get off for the rest stop. And if it's just 10 minutes, it makes a difference.
Yes. 10
minutes.
For an up.
Yeah.
I do that all the time. Like even when I'm going to walk in the morning, I pull in, I call, I say I'm gonna be 10 minutes late, 15 minutes late, and I gotta get my little extra sleep.
Okay, coming back to this thing.
I find a Starbucks.
Yeah, coming back to this thing, with the national teams, when you travel with the national teams, right, especially the younger players, they think they're on vacation. They want to be about, they want to be in everybody's room. They want to, they're playing, they're not getting the proper rest and stuff like that. And that's a major problem, for the young teams.
So that's something we are responsible for creating that environment that they recognize what needs to be done and what should be done. So I'll give you a context. So I've been on a lot of these camps. I've had reports about them as well. These kids are up until 2 on their phone playing game, and then they gotta get up at 6 and then run hard and train. Could never be ready. Could never repair fast enough. Could never be prepared or doing their best or doing their best performance.
So, I want to ask Patrick a question. Is Patrick there?
Should be there. Should be here.
Patrick?
I don't think he left.
Okay.
Hey man, I'm listening.
When I just came to the US, right? Patrick and my brother is best friends. And every Saturday night, we out there every Saturday night. And Sunday we have games. Patrick?
Savvy, 22 and 23 and 24 years old.
So you're saying you are unable to be your best. In your mind, you were doing your best, but you could have done better if you had rested the night before.
Let me tell you this. 3 years ago, we went down to Maryland for a tournament. And I said, okay, everybody by 10 o'clock, everybody should be in bed, and some people should at least be sleeping. So I said, okay. By 11 o'clock, I said, I am going to test this. So I put something on Instagram. I said, oh, good game today, boys. A good game. And people start responding. People start responding. Okay. I just say, okay, here's the deal. You guys don't respect yourself. Because I said by 10 o'clock in bed, by at least 10:20, everybody should be sleeping. And 6 o'clock, we got to be out today because we have a game at 7:30. I mean, with these kids and these phones, no, it's hard.
Yep.
It's a generation, man.
It's like things that my team does discuss with me. I didn't have a clue.
Well, let me tell you how the generation has changed, right? And this is when I know how to get out of coaching. The national players, as soon as we finish playing, right? Okay, everybody jump in the shower. The first thing that they do, they put on the earring, right? The second thing, they're on the phone. And I'm saying to myself, we lose a game, everybody's laughing and happy. Like, and I'm saying this new generation, man, is just different. It's different.
Yeah. So these are just some of the things again. So if you could also get tart cherry, turkey, or some vitamin D, that could help as well in the process of falling to sleep. All right. All right. So active recovery and stretching. So we spoke a little bit about this earlier. So active recovery following a match do not seem to present a benefit for implementation. No evidence to support the use of stretching to enhance recovery. may even hinder the recovery process. So it's a ticklish thing. Still practice within the professional environment due to player compliance and player preference. But the scientific evidence, this is what is being said. All right, but again, we need to take context into consideration. So active recovery and stretching. So if we look at what we spoke about in terms of tactical periodization, the day after a hard session is usually complete rest. There's no active recovery or stretching or anything. The context in that philosophy is basically allow the body to just recover fully. Whereas other strategies would be the day after, we would do activation exercises as well as stretching. They are part of the process. So those are just two ways of looking at it. You figure out which one would be best for you and your players. Again, take context and stance into consideration. Sometimes it's more a custom that we have, but doesn't necessarily mean that it actually works. All right, so that's just a thought there. All right, so compression garments. What's your view, guys, on this? The compression garments. A lot of players, they're in this leggings, they're in their hand, they have a lot of stuff going on. What's your view on that? Any? You did any reading on it? Any research or anything? Any context? No? Yes? All right, so increase blood flow and oxygen delivery to the tissue, making exercise more efficient and less tiring. So while Sammy, you used to cuss Grimy for wearing his tight jeans pants, in the context of compression, it would help him in the context of recovery. Acts as a low-level massage, putting pressure on the muscles to minimize delay onsets of muscle soreness. They raise the temperature of the skin and tissue to increase blood flow and promote healing, and maybe uncomfortable to wear during the night. So while you want to wear compression garment, you have to also recognize that sleep is key. So if you know it's gonna affect your sleeping, it would be suggested that you don't. But before sleeping, while at training, that kind of stuff, if you have the opportunity to use compression garments, these are some of the advantages they would have in terms of your recovery and your ability to perform.
And I just want to mention something that the compression garment, right? One of my older friends called me and he said, well, you know, Sammy, I know you have bad knees and all that kind of stuff, right? And what he recommended to me is copper fit.
Yeah.
And that thing worked like a charm. No, I can feel the difference. So he said, they have the socks too. And normally associated with old people.
You're not yet Sammy.
So you might be Sammy, then you say Sammy, you're not age. You understand? But no, it really works. It really, really works.
Sammy, what have you tried for them? The compression tights or socks? What have you tried?
Go ahead. I'm all different.
Ankle and socks. Okay.
And this is the band. It looks so simple.
Okay.
But it works. It really works.
So that's for your knee?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can feel the heat. You can feel the heat in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've seen it on TV, but I've never spoken to someone.
It seems like that's the latest thing because it seems like everybody making it now.
Yeah, that's been on TV for a while, advertising. Like, I guess different companies coming now.
But Copper Fit Ice.
Copper Fit.
Ice, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I Sammy, when I get to your age, I go.
You have to have discipline. You have to have discipline, you know what I mean? I haven't gone to party.
Yo, man. It will take a while. I'm trying to get there myself, but it's taking me a while.
Yeah, I figure too what is happening to is the effect that the copper itself has on the red blood cells and that kind of stuff. All right. So copper is a key ingredient in the body which helps in terms of how we produce red blood cells. Um, it helps in bone health and blood vessels and nerve and immune function. And also it helps to absorb iron and that kind of stuff. So I figure the copper in the actual material may be what is having that good, in some case, good effect. All right, the good effect that he speaks in about.
Plus, to a leave. We're good to go.
I saw Bengue. And Bengue too.
What was the Bengue?
What happened to turmeric? What happened to ginger?
This morning.
Garlic.
Theon, I'll WhatsApp your recipe in the morning. Coconut water, half a beet, piece of turmeric, ginger, a little bit of lemon, some black pepper. Just blend it and drink it. I have a NutriBullet I use. You can use a blend or whatever you want to use.
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah. So but it's good. So that's one of my morning drinks I do. If it's just a small beet, you can use it. It's a big beet, probably use half. So beet, ginger, turmeric, lemon juice, black pepper, and coconut water, of course, is a liquid.
Well, the things that you just mentioned, I recognize that they have certain elements in them, which in turn helps with the same kind of things that we were talking about. Where it helps with absorption of whatever nutrient, is it oxygen? So obviously, it will help. Some of them are anti-inflammatories, which will reduce swelling and that kind of stuff around the joint. So, brilliant drink. So tell Sammy he doesn't need to use Advil.
Yep. Turmeric, Sammy, turmeric.
Yes, Mickey, we see beet, ginger, turmeric, lemon juice, black pepper. I agree with you. All right, so massage and electrical stimulation. So this again is another contentious thing in terms of performance. While they are effective in terms of getting blood circulation or improving circulation, there's no real evidence as yet to say that for sure this is what it does. But it gives the perception that it is working. From a mental perspective, it helps the particular athlete. So in massage, for sure, it removes the toxin from giving areas and assist, and it helps in circulation as well as the process of healing, similarly the electrical stimulation. All right, so there's the last one, the foam roller. Have any of you ever tried it on yourself personally, the foam roller? If you're unable to do somebody.
Yep.
So this is something you could try to introduce. Yes, I agree with you. There's I have this massage gun that I use now.
What?
Massage gun. Yes. So it's like it goes in and out. So the movement is in and out. So the head, there's different heads. So it could be a ball. So it would constantly hit a specific area. They have a pointed one and that kind of stuff. You could also use those kind of stuff. And it's good if you're able to massage yourself. All right. But yes, I don't think we are exposed to these kind of stuff here, and I think we need to speak about them. Here's another one. The use of a cricket ball or a golf ball to massage out specific areas.
Yep.
Golf ball for
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say that in the absence of the foam roller, I use football. I pump the balls hard enough so that the players can actually use the football itself to the rolling of different muscle area and so on.
Yes, too. On the field, that I would do on the field.
Yeah.
It's a hard ball. But that's the easiest roller on the field. Use hard balls.
Right. That is what is available. So
You gotta
utilize it.
Yeah. And if you're also recovering from injury, you could also use a tennis ball to get a concentrated area. And if it's a hard to reach area too, you can actually use a baseball. Because that would actually like get into the muscle and work out whatever's there.
So in our context, that's why I said cricket, right? A hard ball,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
A cricket ball.
Or you can use this.
No, you gotta use the TB12 ball, Sammy. Tom Brady got a vibrating spare that you can set to different speeds and you massage different areas.
Yeah, I have one of those contexts. So again, think about it, and I'm speaking here from experience. How many players actually take care of their feet? The same instrument they use to run that hits the surface constantly, that strikes against the ball every time. How many of them?
Not enough.
Probably nobody. Probably.
And you can tell from the socks that they wear. I mean, I'm very. Let me tell you something now. Last time I was in right? I see a player have on some socks. You have at least 15 holding the socks, right? And I vouch that, the next time I go back to St. Vincent, I'm going to have a lot of socks, for players. It's very important to be comfortable, man, in your shoe.
My problem with that whole context, it's a culture, it's an attitude, it's a way of being. Even though you give them new socks,
right?
And I ain't gonna change the fact that they're not cleaning them or they're not doing what they're supposed to do with the socks. So that I think is interesting, and I've actually had one of those rules where you can't come in my session with any stink socks just because of how it was going.
And one of the most important things, it took me really, the reason I'm big on socks, when I was young, it's the only thing that I could afford. Was a green socks. And I have to wash that socks after every practice.
The reason I mentioned the whole foot situation is to get you to recognize the same cricket ball or golf ball I'm talking about. You stand on the ball so that it does the same process at the bottom of your bottom foot. Same process. So you stand, you place your toes on it, you use that particular part to stand on the ball, then the mid part, then the heel, different parts. And that itself would help in the process of reducing the myofascia that you have in the bottom foot that usually causes soreness within it. So it's something you could probably help them with. Similarly, get them to massage their own foot after sessions and that kind of stuff can also help. All right, managing performance fatigue during travel. So obviously, depending on how far we're going and where we're going, there are certain things that we have to also consider because it affects us not just physically, but mentally, psychologically. There are other environmental factors such as the climate itself. Is it hot? Is it cold? And all of these things have an effect on our players and how well they're able to perform. So the things that we need to look at would obviously be the direction where we're going, the length of the travel, if we're flying, jet lag, or circadian rhythm disruption. So basically, this is where our body already has a specific pattern. When we eat, when we sleep, when we walk, that kind of stuff. In traveling, what it does, it upsets that particular rhythm, which in turn would affect how we sleep, if we want to eat, and obviously can affect the way we perform on the field. Sitting in a bus, sitting in a plane for a long period of time can cause joint stiffness, muscle cramps, and restricted posture, as well as cause issues within our posture depending on how we are seated. And right. Again, go ahead.
Running in a minivan is easy,
I agree.
I mean, if you start on the left-hand side, and you're alone on one seat, you in a split second, you reach on the right-hand side. Yeah. What's the man? And you cool it out, you know. It's like he's running up in the van on the way. Telling you.
Yes, so,
hold on it here.
go ahead.
With that said, I think this is very interesting. Because we usually have like soccer tournaments up there, and Saturday, Sunday, and within Saturday, Sunday, you play like 5 games. So you may play a game at 10, and then you get a break and you play a game at 2. And the next day, you play again. You may play a game at 9 and 1 at 12, and if you win, you go to the finals at 3. So, so all these things is coming into place.
Yep. All of those things come into place. All of those. This is now we could look at when you recognize all of these things, what can we do to help with the process of getting our players to be in the best possible position? So what can we do? What can we do? So here are some of the things will happen. So obviously jet lag after let's say a long flight, or let's say we're using the bus. What's gonna happen? You gotta recognize that you're gonna have sleep disturbance, daytime fatigue, lack of concentration, irritability, loss of appetite, and the list goes on. All right. These are called mainly due to because we ain't dealing with science today. Right? It's going back to the circadian. Everything that we're accustomed to, it disrupts it in terms of the time. Right? So the time intervals that we usually use to eat, to sleep, to walk, to run, to train, because we're traveling and we're sitting and again to do those stuff, it affects how we function. Right? So you need to understand that is happening. So how can you make this travel more comfortable? That is the context in which you need to look at the travel. Can you get regular stops in the bus travel to get them to get out, stretch their legs, move about? If they're in the plane, can they move about? Can they do this? Can they have sleep? Can they sleep? Can you get them to rest? Can you get them to relax? So these are the contexts that you need to look at. Similarly, if you're traveling again across different time zones, same concept of flights, basically. So it disrupts the entire rhythm. Hence the reason Sammy used to try to get the national team a couple of days into the different venues or different countries before, because of the same circadian rhythm. Because of the travel, it disrupts everything. You feel lethargic, you feel sore, you can't concentrate. But if you get a day at least to really get you back to normal. Similarly, the air pressure at those altitudes have the similar impact on you. All right. So all of these things you need to consider. Hence the reason when you see these, I don't know if you've ever seen these teams traveling, they usually are more of a jovial, fun area, trying to relax, trying to get them to do things which are what they're accustomed to. Same thing you could try to apply when you're traveling, basically. So that's the context. Again, temperature, that given altitude and the change in temperature, again, can also affect the particular player. So understanding that all of these things take place, again, you need to also consider, what if you're going to a place where it's very high, and again, oxygen uptake may be an issue. How do I walk around that? What are the considerations? So planning is key with all of this process. For example, it would be best to travel in the morning and arrive in the evening, so that the process continues. If you travel at night, obviously recognize the person may not be as comfortable to sleep as they should. But if you're going across different time zones, then it would be best to travel at night so that you adjust similarly while you're at night so you could kind of get the sleep to fall back into quote unquote daytime at the local time that you're traveling to. So any comments as it relates to this?
I remember, when we were in college and some of our academy teams, we play on a Saturday. They would play 1 o'clock. Coach will get us up at 7 in the morning. Do a little walk around the hotel, a little stretch at that time. Make sure everybody is alert, Then we can go back to sleep after that. We need to.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
The club I coach for is very cheap. In the sense that we will go to a tournament in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, and in Maryland it's 4 hours. In Pennsylvania it's 2.5, and we will get there like an hour before the game. Instead of staying in a hotel at the night before. So you find you trying to get the players into game mode, but it's difficult.
Mm-hmm. Obviously. So while as coach we may want to have specific things in place, we recognize the business or the economics of us trying to do that. So sometimes we may not be able. So while we're not able, what can we do in the meantime? So a couple of things we could look at. Can we control the temperature? Can we control the lighting? Can we control the movement? Can we control what they're eating? Can we control the mood around it? If you're able to control those to keep it as close as possible to what you're accustomed to, then the performance of the players can be a lot better than if you're unable to control it. And I guess experience as well. Go ahead.
Speaking about that eating, right? I just want you to explain to me, because you're in the shelter. Normally, when you go away on a 10-day trip, right? Like the national team, they go away 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
After 3 days, you're tired of that food, the hotel food.
You're tired of the life.
Yes, you understand? And it affects you mentally.
Yeah.
It affects you. So I'm wondering, right? A lot of people complain about the people in the shelters, right? And I know they have to be tired of the food every day.
So we have to take another thing into consideration, which is we are focused on their basic needs. So they have food, they have shelter, they have this, they have that. But who's taking care of the mental health, which is making them feel that they're still humans or of value? So that's another context for these same people in the shelters.
Okay.
They are there, but you still can't think about you not being in your house, your own house. How could you really be comfortable? So for them, it's quite difficult.
Yeah, I could just imagine.
Quite difficult. So, but here's something I wanted to consider as well, Sammy.
Yeah.
Well, everybody who's here. So you have a group, and I heard Alexander mention that he travels a lot with the players. So what if the players that you have are accustomed to socialize a lot, which is why they go to other rooms? 2, go to sleep at 2 o'clock in the night. 3, eat quote unquote unhealthy. When they're in your care, what would your process be? Are you going to one, tell them they have to go to sleep earlier? Two, they have to change the diet, and you're gonna change it during that period of competition. Three, you're gonna try to have them stay in their room and rest a lot more. What's your take on that?
You know, one thing you can do you hear me?
Yes, could hear you.
Is match roommates up in a way that it might help you know, certain kids focus a little bit more.
Yep. Okay.
So instead of, you know, rowdy kids with rowdy kids, you know, you mix and match them with someone a little more serious, with someone who needs a little more help with maturity, and so on and so forth.
Yo, we went to Italy with the Olympic developmental team, and some of us went out. It's like we went to the store to shop. When we came back, the hotel room mattress was in the garden. What could you do about that?
Which way then?
It's all kids.
Yeah, we can, man.
It's all kids. And it's like kids climbing through windows and all kind of things.
No, that's not this. That's true.
Huh?
So here's the thing. Have the kids ever been in this situation before? Have you?
No.
So that's your context there, and take this into consideration based on your kids. When we select our national under 14 or under 17 teams for these tournaments, they have never traveled before, they've never stayed in a hotel before, they've never had buffet food, they've never slept in AC, they've never seen a bus so big, they've never seen a plane so big, they've never seen an airport, they've never seen so many cars, they've never seen a road. How does it impact them?
They must be amused.
No, the trip is basically about what? Look at that, what's it? Look at that car, I never see the car, the building car.
So this is what I do with my kids, right? This is what I do. I say, guys, I have, few rules. There's nothing written in it, all right? But all you have to do, look at how I carry myself. You will not find me out of my room at 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock, right? And the only how I'm out in my room, and sometimes I do come out. I go get some ice. I go to the machine. I probably get something there, and I don't want to see none of you out there. You understand? I don't check. I don't have bed checks and all that kind of stuff. Because if I find you out of your room, that means you're not ready for the game. You're not prepared for the game tomorrow. And this is why we're here. We are here to participate in the game tomorrow.
Right. So I say that to say that one of the strategies that need to be done for us to perform well at these particular levels is that training, meaning preparation for these games, must mirror what is going to happen. So,
correct.
Can we get them to travel? Can we get them to go to Beckley together? Can we get them to sleep in a specific place? Can we place them in a scenario just as if they're going to travel? So to reinforce that, St. Vincent went up to Bradminton, right? The US team, where do they train? Where do they live? Most of the time, I ask you.
It's the same place.
So they're home.
Yeah.
For our players, we've never seen so many fields. We've never seen rooms like that. We've never seen food in that way. We've never seen so many buildings. So the context or the preparation for the players is not the same because they are there as tourists or the situation.
But it got to be our mindset.
Yes, I agree with mindset. But at the same time, training and preparation has to be taken into consideration as well. That particular part of the preparation, because mentally they're not ready yet for the game. It's like Sammy said, if you're outside late, it's saying that you ain't ready to play. It's saying you ain't there for the play.
But what I'm more concerned about, right, is what happened in the morning of the game, right? What I tell the kids, guys, try to eat what you eat at home, right? Starting with the national team. Tell them, try to eat what you eat at home. One of my players come with 10 slices of bread. 10 slices of bread.
He probably eat like 10 bread at home.
No.
But, come on.
No, it's a huge, guys, it's a huge problem.
You gotta be realistic too.
So that's a strategy again. So at home, I'm pretty sure here locally, they don't have the choice. They're given breakfast, right? They're given what they're gonna eat. But when they get there, they're gonna see so many stuff that they could choose from and whatever. So again, are they gonna eat the right things as kids? Are they gonna sleep the right time? No. They're gonna choose what they want. They're gonna behave how they want. So that in itself is a process of the preparation for these games.
Yeah, but just want to chime in a bit.
Go ahead, Patrick.
When you go on these tours and these trips and one, and I've done quite a few of them, all that is part of the culture and what you teach these kids. They have to learn to travel. The first thing you do really is, once you know where you're going, you should have an agenda, right? So the kids have a schedule every day. And within that agenda, there's a curfew, and you have to have a curfew. You have to go bed check. But part of the agenda is creating some activities you could do as a team, and that'll cut down a lot of the curiosity and guys wandering about. Find out if there's a zoo next door or close by. Whatever bus service you take in, you schedule a time. After the game, or if it's the day before, the team goes to the zoo. You go to Atlanta. Atlanta has a fabulous world-renowned aquarium where they got the sharks and everything. Find activities for them and let them partake in them. I'll tie them down. There's on the agenda. There's a time for dinner. You eat alone. Sometimes you could tell them what's expected for dinner. Because the hotel will tell you. So and remind them why they're there, and remind them that following instructions. Because if they've been following instructions all along, in practices and whatever. And it wouldn't be that difficult when you give them an agenda and they have to follow it. But make sure it's tight and there's no room for hanky-panky.
But it's important.
Patrick, you're coming from St. Vincent to go to America, Patrick.
I know that. Yeah, I know that. Have the activities for them. Theon, if they come here,
I recognize you want to come in, so I will give you a chance just now. Go ahead, Patrick. Go ahead.
If they come to New York, right? You put them in a nice hotel. Create activities for them. I will take them to the Bronx Zoo. Oh, it's one of the biggest zoos in the world. Fabulous. They'll entertain them. In the process, they'll see the place. The botanical garden.
Wait, Patrick, wait.
Patrick. Yo, hold on, Patrick. Hold on.
We're creating activities for them. And I understand that, but, you have to control it.
Wait. The national team.
And that's one way to do it.
The national team on its way to, where the play the US? Dublin now.
In Kansas City.
Okay, so they stay in Kennedy, a hotel just outside Kennedy Airport. Let me tell you something now. It's the most family members visit these guys.
Let me just say something, Sammy. When a team travels, if you have a big entourage that has nothing to do with the playing of the team, they should stay separately.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Let me just say something. We're talking about different culture. We're talking about different culture.
It ain't got nothing to do with culture. Disciplined team, right?
Yeah. Okay, Patrick.
Kids are curious. Over there.
I coach a lot of Hispanic kids. It's like we went to Florida. for Disney World for a tournament. Okay? And we went to this posh restaurant. Steak and lobster and pasta.
Who's paying?
These guys asking for Spanish food.
But who's so?
Huh?
That culture, the culture, you stick for you know.
Yeah.
But it could be interesting to encourage them to try something different, no?
Not before the game, so. At least in my opinion. In my opinion.
But before the game, you can have a special diet for them. You should. You should know what they want. They're not going to eat anything, no matter the culture. They're not going to.
But that's a perfect example,
you know,
of where you should do your research and your demographic, know what type of players you have, and stay in a hotel that might have food that caters to them.
You can
or they have that option,
right?
So then they'll be more comfortable, so you can keep them in their routine.
Which hotel in America is catering for culture?
I mean, you could find them.
Which one?
You could find them.
Well, around they're
or you could probably find a restaurant nearby, and the coach or one of the parents who is traveling could pick up the food and bring it back.
No, you research that before you travel.
Exactly. Yeah,
that'll be done.
That should be part of the planning process. And in an attempt to keep them disciplined too, you could have different rewards based on what they achieve and restaurants they would like to visit and things like that. So you can integrate that into the program. So you might say, okay, based on your performance, if you follow the rules, maintain the curfew, do X, Y, Z, then you can get these different rewards. So that could be a way of making them feel comfortable while also keeping them in check.
But as coaches, you got to make it fun for those guys too. You can't run a tight ship. You got to make it fun. You have to give them rules. You have to make it fun.
Tell me, you could make it fun with rules. That's what I said. Get them an agenda. How much? It's not, Sammy. We ain't leaving St. Vincent to come and party, We didn't leave them to party.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? They're adults, and they can't adjust because they can't have the food they like. There's foods that you can eat. We just talked about a lot of foods here. You can get it just about anywhere you go. We're not talking about kids here. If you're talking about adults.
Man, I think there's a lot in lesson.
Right, but that's all part of what you got to do. You're teaching them too.
On every trip. On every trip, there's a learning lesson. we had a game in Pittsburgh, my college team. And I kind of set them up because I've been to Pittsburgh so many times.
Yeah.
Right? My first trip with this team. So I told them, I'm not, I come down later. You guys going to have dinner together. Have a good time. That's one rule. There's no drinking, right? And I know exactly where they're going to go in Pittsburgh because they have done the research already. The players have done the research already because they're college kids. So I went to one place. When I got in there, the guy had a pitcher of beer. I could not believe it. So I said, you go back to the hotel. So the trainer was off the team. You understand? That's the rule I have.
Sammy, you shouldn't let it get to that.
Why not?
Why not? Sammy, even when you start training in the beginning, when you talk to players about conduct and whatnot, you have requirements of how you behave, a conduct, how you behave when you travel. When you team travel. When you travel.
Yellow card in the game, man. We know the a red card and yellow card in the game.
That's what these are college kids.
Of course they're college kids, Sammy. I coach college kids.
Well, let's see if Stoke. Let's get Stoke because he was trying to get in a while. So you're still there?
Yeah. With regards to what you're saying in terms of the kids leaving St. Vincent going overseas, and it's a culture shock to them in terms of what they see, and they're taken up with whatever they see and so on. That's something you can't generally prepare for. But if you start with young players, giving them that opportunity when they're representing St. Vincent to go abroad and so on, eventually they get accustomed to the travel and so on. Eventually, these same players may move on to represent St. Vincent at a different age level, and eventually they got the hang of traveling. What Patrick is also saying, which I agree to, is that even it doesn't matter the age group. If you're taking a group of kids outside of St. Vincent, there must be sort of rules and regulation, and you can't be hard and fast where it seems as if they're in prison. So you have to have a good management team to manage these kids properly. So yeah.
Yeah, you give them guidelines. You don't travel. You don't travel like I see some players traveling with slippers on. Who travels with slippers?
Right. So you must, of course, so your guidelines that you follow that are implemented. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm also saying that it can't be that you have them in a straight jacket kind of setup, and it can't be a lesser fair thing where you're asking kids to go on dinner. I've traveled with a national team from St. Vincent to England some years back, and I'm talking about senior national team players. And when it's time for breakfast or lunch, the way persons came to the dining room and so on was ridiculous. In that persons were coming in armhole T-shirt, some persons showing up for lunch, breakfast, whatever, late. Some persons get there before and start eating and took so much that others arrive and couldn't even get certain things and so on. So these are things we can have control over this in St. Vincent itself. We can have camps and so on where you start to instill some of the different things and what is expected and so on, so that there are things you have control over, there are things you wouldn't have control over, but at the same time with the implementing of certain guidelines and so on, and you do things properly and so on. We could get it done.
And guys,
and this helps your game too, you know. This discipline, taking instructions, following the guidelines, that's gonna help them in the game.
Guys, and something
I think you guys just tap into the point I was trying to make just there, right? The point I'm trying to make is this. Before the team travels, they have never once traveled in a bus together. Whether it is to travel from Kingston to Chateaubelair or to Georgetown to play a game. They have not practiced to travel in the bus, get to the field, get to the dressing room, warm up. They have not, for example, take them to Beckwith to travel together, have a game down there, all these things that we're talking about. So I'm saying, when we travel, it's the first time we are experiencing this environment. And I'm saying the preparation should be to prepare for travel as well. So that's the context I was trying to get at.
Theon, you didn't see my...
I agree with you.
Theon?
Yeah?
You didn't see my proposal I brought to St. Vincent. One of the things in there, Theon, was community service. So one day they use 17 dress in their T-shirts, and as a group, they go and they clean up the churchyard. They go and they clean up this. They do community stuff. They go to the old people home, the older ones, and they read some poetry. All those things, traveling together, moving around together, gives you a sense of, collective responsibility.
It's team building.
Of course, but that's what it does. That's what it does. It extends when you travel. Okay, those are some of the things that were in the proposal that I had when I came there, which nobody looked at and nobody bothered to even read, you know. But this is the things you do.
Guys, something we have to mention, you have to save some time, for shopping. I mean, our players, right? Our players.
Yes, but that's good, Sammy.
No, Patrick, listen to me.
It's in your agenda.
Patrick, they want to go shopping in the first. The game day.
No. After the game, maybe.
After the game, of course, it has to be after the game, the next day.
Yeah.
But they want to go shopping the first day.
Sammy, you get him an agenda. You set up the agenda, schedule.
Sammy, it seems like you ain't have any rules for the team, and there's no management.
He's just telling you what they want.
No.
Stop. When I was growing up, right? Listen, right? My parents didn't have to tell me anything. They never tell me. My father didn't have to tell me anything. My mother didn't have to tell me anything. Because we grew up in a Christian church. We know exactly how to act at an early age. You understand?
But
and
Sammy,
that's always been my motto.
But you're not coaching you, Sammy.
But no, my players. I tell my players, even though when I practice, look at me. Just look at me. You understand?
That's not enough.
Like my son, like a lot of people say, oh.
Put it in writing, Sam.
No. Usually it's in writing. But I tell my son, right? I never tell my son, oh, do that, don't do this. Never in my life. Never. Look at me. You don't see me come home late. You don't see me drink.
Sammy, you have 20-something players with different personality, different background, and so on. You have to have some sort of you have to have rules. You have to have certain things in writing. You have to have team meeting to outline things, do's and don'ts, and so on.
Okay.
Hold on, Sam. Stop. Yeah, I went down to Florida with my team years ago. And the kids went shoplifting, including my son. How the hell are you supposed to deal with that?
Well, all these things was discussed before, Scrambler. Huh? For example, Scrambler, going to a hotel.
And you can prevent everything from happening, but
how am I
to minimize a lot of things.
Scrambler, when you take kids to a hotel, that's the first thing you got to mention. Because it starts at the hotel first.
We still talking hotel.
Man, I've known of Vinci national team coming back home, taking things off the plane, taking things out of the hotel room and all of that, and putting it in a suitcase and bringing it back home. But we're not supposed to make a mistake anymore. And with a man like Theon around the national team and so the FF, then this thing happen.
So that's what I'm saying.
Players guidelines.
My point is still the same. The preparation to travel is key. Meaning we have to put them through the situation so they can do it. So they can make the mistakes, so they can make the errors. So we get them straight early before they actually make the travel itself. Because then, if we're trying to put rules in place and we're trying to get this and this, then the focus is no longer on the game. It's about behavior and getting them to behave well.
I agree with you. I agree.
I think preseason, and Theon, you're so right, there has to be a preseason, right? And all of these things starts in the preseason.
A pre-travel.
Yes. In the preseason.
So Theon, the U17 can't go Georgetown to play U17 Georgetown, then they go lay you 1 week and Barley another week?
And that's what I'm saying. And even if they
don't do that now.
So yes, they have done practice game, but my point is when they do it,
bring them back with you.
Each person shows up by themselves. It is not like, okay, we meet by the Football Federation.
Oh, well, that's you guys. That's on you.
So I'm just showing you the context. They're not traveling together. They're not
you guys are the leaders. You have to show them how it's done. So you don't.
Ask Shadell how many times she came to Beckwith.
That is what Theon is trying to say. It is not just on the federation standpoint, but also on the club level. If we practice these things all around, it would be easier when we travel. It doesn't matter. Clubs teams travel too.
Okay.
It's not just the national teams. They have these problems all around. So if we can wait, I ain't done. If we can start this even for a regular game. And I like to use Blossom. I know I hear Blossom name a lot.
I know Blossom.
I like to use Blossom name a lot. What we are doing, what I have put a part of the some of the things that we must do to create a professional atmosphere. Like if we have a game coming up Thursday, that week leading up to that game, we're going to do different activities. We have team bonding stuff. The day of the game, if it's a 3:00 game, it's usually, let's say U17. We have a 3:00 game on a Saturday. What we have in place is that by 11 o'clock that day, the team has to meet in one particular area, whether we have a team snack, team lunch or something, and we travel to the game together. So all these are things that Theon is trying to say. We do not have to wait to travel to get these. Create it on a local base. You understand? So that when they make these teams, whether as a club national, it's easier.
Guys,
correct. Culture.
My point, the point I was trying to make is, even though it's not done at a club level, your club does it. But this is why it's important for your national coaching staff to be able to implement it at that time. So the club doesn't do it. But once you become a national player, you national 15, national 17, national 16, it's a different story. Introduce them to agendas and stuff like that.
So that's a repeat. That's a repeat of the other context which we discussed over and over. The players get to the national team not prepared tactically, technically, because of what is done in the club.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, Theon.
I am saying it's the same scenario with this. If when they get there we have to teach them, it means we are wasting time.
Exactly.
Teaching things that the club should have covered when we could be moving forward. I'm not saying to not do it, I'm not saying to not do it.
But that's my point. Forget about we have to do it.
The culture has to come from the clubs.
Let me just mention this now.
All these things that we talk about here that are on the screen, it has to start from the clubs. And when it comes to the national team, it becomes more specific to what the national team wants.
Team is doing at a point in time. Yep.
I just want to mention two things, right?
Yes.
You start the grassroots program, right? And these kids are, under 10. And some parents give the kids like $5. And next thing these kids say something, coach, my $5 gone, And it happens like every day. That's one. Coming to the national team now, right? We come back from Trinidad, right? We want to distribute the weight so that it won't cost us too much money. So what I suggest, the balls then, each player get, you take extra of the balls, When we get to St. Vincent, you can't get the ball something, You can't get the ball something, all national players. Nobody have it.
It's the culture again. It's the culture.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we have to, that we have to do. And I'm glad this topic came up. I'm really glad because it branched on, and it affect our game. It affect our game.
It will affect the game.
Gordon.
Yes.
How? I agree with what you're saying. These things must start with the club, and the club is actually doing something. Your club, Jebel, would do what they're supposed to do, and because you have persons who are there who know what is required from the club level. How do you get the rest of the club, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to start implementing certain things that makes it easier for players to transition from club to national level? Even the club is going beyond St. Vincent to represent St. Vincent, as in the case of who would be representing St. Vincent in that regional competition. How do you get the clubs to start implementing these things? And I agree, yes, clubs, but how do you get them to start implementing these things? Do they know?
I think they're working on it now.
That's where I will start. My starting position is always education.
But so Theon,
what is necessary and what?
Right. So Theon, don't spend time telling me you shouldn't have to do it. We know that. This is my point. We know the faults. You know it already. But here's what my point is: as a under 17 coach, as a national coach, you model it when you get the players on the national level, and they could take it back to their clubs.
But Patrick, should it start at the national level?
Well, Shadal, I know it shouldn't. That's not what I'm saying. But my point is, at this point in time, model it when you get him in the national team. You shouldn't have to. It's not a perfect world in St. Vincent. We know that. And you know that. You're fortunate you come from Blossom. So my point is, let's not spend any time
I heard you saying education. So my question would be, who starts the education?
Exactly.
Who's responsible for that?
Education for me starts with, like, for example, let's use JBL, let's use Blossom, let's use Hope. If some clubs start to do it and they bear fruit from it, I think persons would try to move towards it. Next, obviously, I figure the federation need to put policies in place to have these kind of things happening. The other question is, when we say football and football clubs, are we talking about affiliated members who want to play association football? If you want to play association football, then there are criteria, and this is just me. You need to these things need to happen. Then here's the problem. The problem going to be now is they're going to tell you, we do have money, we do have resources for that. So this is where now the club structure has to improve and everything falls into place.
Guys, as I say, it starts for me at home.
Yeah, it starts from home, obviously.
Start from home. Yeah, I mean, we had about that kind of problems there.
Yeah, but Sammy, guys, listen to me. Here's another thing, guys.
Patrick, let me tell you something now. When you go up in a seminar, we go up in a seminar about this church, right? And we come from the community. And there's the seminar, they're very strict. The grandparents, them, the sisters in the church, when you see the waggly finger, how do they just waggly finger, you know? Come on, I mean, wait. And something else, something else is very important, right? When we were growing up, it doesn't matter who we are, all of us went to church. And some of these kids need to go back to church.
Patrick?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I hear you are elementary church thing at all.
Okay.
Sammy, the religious perspective is kind of archaic in my opinion, right? Because going to church is an action. Doesn't mean that you're going to be disciplined when you're not in church, or you might have the same respect for elders in church that you have for someone else.
So my context to it would be like this. Church is important in the process of teaching discipline.
Exactly.
Right. You recognize, so for example, the church says you have to get to church at a specific time. You need to sit, you need to do specific tasks and whatever else. So that in that context, I think that is missing from the children's
I think
organization.
Structure. A lot of them missing structure.
Yeah.
Structure.
But
yo guys.
I was trying to say something.
Listen to me. There's certain things with certain age group. I'm talking up here. I remember 3 years ago. 3 years ago, when we go into game, our kids who will call me and say, yo, coach, I don't have any right. I don't have any right. And those kids were like 15. Okay? Now they're 18. They don't call me anymore and say, coach, I don't have any right. Because, you know why? And they're pulling up in their big right. I'm pulling up late. Okay? The other thing we got to look at, social media. Everything is on social media. Everything they do is on social media.
What's wrong with that?
Could I just chime in here?
How could we call that?
Why you have to call that? Really? Why you have to call that? Is that not your business? Your
Okay.
business is
affecting their game.
How? How after the game? How?
They stay up late. They stay up late.
Exactly.
Sometimes you could look at it from the context of bullying or the images or whatever they see. It can affect them mentally and the performance. So it's everything is a balance. It's striking the balance really. Yes, Patrick, you're trying again.
You know what I was trying to say is, guys, coaches are teachers. This is what we are, and some of us are the real teachers. I've taught for a long time. When you have your team, that's one of the first thing you do. You assess, and then you need to know exactly what you need to do with most players or with your team. If you know to communicate things to people, right? Once someone realizes you're trying to make their lives better, they will listen to you. So we're going on a tour. Guys, we have to present ourselves well. We are black. It's a strike against us. We're not going to get the benefit of the doubt in calls. So be decent. Don't go up in the referee's face. Don't do that. Listen, also, when we travel, we present ourselves well. We're not wearing slippers. We wear our uniforms. We dress together, and even home. Education starts where it's needed. So a guy comes to me from his club, and he doesn't know what 2-3 of them come from the club. They're custom doing this, doing that. But I'm the national U17 team. Once you get into that team, there's a criteria and a culture that we're trying to develop. There's certain things you have to do and follow. And explain to them that it makes them better people, better players. And that's where it starts. And they will listen. 1 or 2 of them may not, but for the most part, you will listen because I've proven it. I've come to and talk to players.
Patrick, it starts before that. Listen to me, guys.
Sammy, that's not the point.
No, hold up.
Sammy, don't just listen, Sammy. Let's listen. You keep saying it starts before that. Some people don't have the privilege of growing up with family who could teach them things.
Okay, listen to me now.
I've taught Hispanic kids here in Hempstead, where I used to teach. Right? They came from those countries where they didn't even go to, after primary school, they didn't go to high school. 2 people walking, instead of saying, excuse me, they just fly right through you. They knock you down. They don't know anything.
Okay, let's okay.
Forget about whatever they were supposed to know.
This is what I'm getting at. You put the words in my mouth.
Understand.
You put the words in my mouth. This is what I'm getting at.
What's supposed to
wait, hold up. From the first practice, the first 5 minutes of practice, you have to establish yourself of how things should be. Don't care how young you are. My 6-year-old, none of them could come to practice. Are you kidding me?
Right, exactly. That's what you do.
This is where it starts. It starts with the first 5 minutes of your practice. You have to establish yourself as a coach.
No, that's Sammy. Here's what I do with my college teams. In the first few days, we sit down and we create the rules, and everybody agrees to it. Being on time for practice, you must call myself or your captain if you're going to be late, if you're going to be absent. Okay, captain will determine who brings out the water and so on a regular day. Everything is there, and we agree to it. So you can't say you didn't know. So wherever you came from, one of the things I tell them, wherever you came from, leave those bad habits there.
But
we're here for a purpose, to work together, and you will live, you will learn, because you're not going to be professional, but what you learn from soccer is going to help you to make it in whatever career you have. Let the kids know that you're there for them and they can learn something. They'll be better people, they'll be more successful, and they will listen. But you have to know, don't talk about what they're supposed to.
So I'm about to watch Shadell.
Wait.
No. Shadell is on the Shadell said the same thing. Yeah, she's. All I'm saying is, we know what they're supposed to have known before you met them. Okay, accept them and treat them the way, do your assessment and whatever they need, you teach it to them. That's all I'm saying. Yes, Shadell
was saying, right? I'm in Vinci, right? And, we practice more or less every day when I was down there. So I had my little team. On a Friday, we go up at Bishop College and we're on the concrete, right? So after that, you know how much I love food. So I take the guys them up 9 steps up there. They have like a restaurant up there. So it's like 6 of us could fit in the car, right? And the kind of fun that these guys have eating out. And what they choose to eat and stuff like that, And if you do that often enough, as what Theon was saying, when you get to go on these trips, they will understand how they have to behave.
Yeah, of course. You
understand? So all of these things are very important,
But here's the thing too, when you teach them those disciplines, Sammy, show them how it fits into their overall lives. Show them how it works for them after the soccer field or beyond the soccer field. Same thing we do when we do drills. How does it work for you in a game? How does it work for you in life? When they realize how it works for them in life, and they understand they are better people and they have a better chance of success, they will listen to you and they will do it. People want to be better.
But Patrick.
Yes.
We're looking at St. Vincent, right?
Oh, Shadell.
Wait, no, listen to me before you start.
Okay, I can listen.
Listen, right? We're looking at St. Vincent as a whole.
Yes.
Tiani could help me, so you could agree, you could disagree, right? We have a lot of coaches who think they are coaches, right? We have a lot of coaches themselves. You said a while ago that from the is it you or Sammy that from the first 5 minutes of practice or the first day of practice, you should establish rules and all of that. Let's just use myself as an example. Don't call know the name, right? I'm a young coach or even a elder person. You understand? I think I know it all. I have disciplinary issues myself. You think me trying to be a coach can set something in stone? We know a lot of these clubs in St. Vincent on paper, right? They're run by one individual. Do you think that they are capable, or even teams, you understand, to set that up? It goes back to what Tian says. Somebody have to start with the education. How can we start it there?
Listen, Shadell, what is the job of the technical director?
No, we forget.
No, Shadell. You're talking about coaching. Shadell, here's what your technical director does. Here's what he does. All your national coaches, and you could invite club coaches, you have meetings every week, once a week. And there are different aspects of the game that you talk about and you develop. That's how you coach them. It's not just like go to the field. Let me finish.
Can I ask you a question?
And so, because one person has to hold the group together. This is what I'm saying. Whoever your technical director is, okay, he tells them the routine. He makes them understand what their role is in these young people's lives. And he tells them things like they should be there half an hour before. Make sure when they come in, cones are set up. They should be in uniform. Watch their language when they're speaking. All those things are part of developing coaches. So who's going to do it? A technical director should be doing that. This is my point. Who else is going to do it, Shadell? You know it. Theon knows it. But who's going to teach the rest of them? And this is my point. This is what has to happen. And that's what you're lacking in St. Vincent. Coaches don't come together and talk. We had 2 games today, 2 excellent games yesterday and today in Champions League, right? So the Champions League is an English affair. There's so much things that could have been discussed about the game itself. Those things. Has that been done by the coaches there around there? This is how you learn the game. And not just about coaches, but also how a coach carries himself. How he carries himself.
I don't care how to jump in.
This is how it's done in any other country.
I want Theon to jump in this, right? Wait, no man.
Shadell, you shouldn't have coaches coaching teams that don't know how to conduct themselves. That's bad.
So this is what we are. This is what these discussions about trying to change it.
Right.
And this is what we're seeing. So we're finding ways.
But I can't tell you. Can't tell you. Wait a man. It's a time. Can't tell them what's going to happen.
Yeah, so Sammy, it doesn't matter where it is. I don't care if it's St. Vincent Beck with Canawana or Mustique. The procedure is the same. The philosophy is the same. Have someone who know and have the experience to bring coaches together, make them realize their role, their importance in these kids' lives. And you have to just do it. That hasn't been done. You don't respond.
I really believe
that. Respond, they can't be your coaches.
I really believe, right, that this is why we have to start at 5 years old. Start to implement all of these things.
But anyway, Shane, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I actually got a question about Patrick. Patrick, so the first question is, why do you assume that these conversations are taking place? It's important. No. Wait, I have several questions, so I'm gonna ask you them, then you can respond. So the first one is that, and Theon is having that conversation now, right? So
that's happening now.
The second, like this is the platform to generate those. The second question: how long have you spent in St. Vincent in the last 3 to 5 years, and how much of that time have you spent around young adults? And I'm just giving you a little background, right? When I played the system tree with Sardine, most of the people on my team have gone on to commit numerous crimes, right? And it was just a reflection of where you were at that stage and the way the young people think and the way our society is going. Now, I'm not glorifying the criminal element of society, but the fact is, like, the conditions that Theon Shada might be navigating with the coaching is a lot different than what you're dealing with here. And I also think sometimes the way you say you guys don't know, you just got to do it, you're making it sound as if, one, they're not taking those steps. Two, it's that easy. And you're making it seem as if, like, okay, yeah, here's how you do it. You guys are just not doing it. And I don't think that's the case. So I would like you to just explain to me how long you spent in St. Vincent and what's your understanding of this generation. And I'm talking people born 1990 to get after that. Because it doesn't seem like you...
Who was born when? Who was born when?
Like 1993, because like I don't think you understand this generation and the way they think.
This is amazing. The way they
and the way they navigate things.
Okay, so what? No. Let me ask you this: what does people in St. Vincent do that's unique to St. Vincent that is not anywhere else? Tell me that I would not have experienced in Brooklyn. No, just tell me. Just tell me.
No.
You answer that question. What is the young people in St. Vincent worse than the young people that the Hispanics who couldn't even speak English that I had to navigate with in school here? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I wouldn't use the word worse. Well, I would say that they operate on different.
It's so unique to St. Vincent that if you haven't been there, I don't understand it. It's ridiculous.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm asking you. No, I'm asking how long you spent there. I've been in
St. Vincent the last 5 years, but it's besides the point. I know what
it's not. It's not. That's a very important factor.
Guys, don't
Could I ask a question? No, Sammy, let me speak with him. Could I ask a question? I described the role of a technical director.
You did?
Yeah. Has your technical, for the past 5 years, has your technical director done what I asked that said should be done? Was that being done?
I haven't been
to the question.
Patrick, you're asking a little bit too much.
That's the problem,
Patrick,
guys. You ask, that's when you would never get anywhere. You're asking too much. Somebody wants...
No. Nobody's saying you're asking too much.
You're asking the wrong person. That's what
Posing those questions, exactly.
Like
this.
Well, you said no. You said you live in St. Vincent. I don't know.
He does not live in St. Vincent.
I never said that. Patrick, you hearing, but you're not listening.
Patrick.
All you guys have is excuses. Young man.
You tell you no copy.
St. Vincent.
Patrick,
where I grew up, finish. Where I grew up, the people I around and the people I had to coach, believe me, it's tougher than St. Vincent. All right? So just remember that. I was born and raised there, so I know it's not foreign to me.
Let me get some context. Why it is you struggle every time you get to St. Vincent to convince people of anything?
Like to vote for him.
Relax, Sammy. Relax.
Because but one of the things too is there's very little objectivity there. It's who you know and your friends and your clique and what goes on, the politics that goes on around it. But listen to me. But here's the other point.
Okay.
With that said, how many foreign teachers, foreign doctors, and one that go to St. Vincent, right?
And they're
successful. You know why?
Mm-hmm. Why? Tell me why.
Because they come in here, they teach and they do a job. Okay, there's no politics involved. Okay, a math teacher comes to teach, you can teach. A doctor comes to teach again. In the sports society, it's slightly different. You've got your cliques, and everybody has their agenda, but nobody's thinking objectively. I just told you about.
So you're saying that you recognize that there's a specific culture where there's politics and no objectivity, and you have have not listen, and you have not adapted or changed anything, but then you expect us who live here who see the same things but have recognized the culture doesn't allow for specific things. You think we're magicians and you could do it?
Let me tell you this. The fact that I came there different times, that was a positive outlook. I gave people credit. Listen, I give people credit for trying. Listen to me. I gave people credit. You know, you gotta try things. I gave folks credit for sitting down and maybe just being objective based on what I had. So that didn't work, I admit. Okay? Yeah. But maybe I gave people too much credit for being objective. However, that culture you talk about, if I had lived there, I would constantly work to change it, but you guys have to change it. But what's happening is we're making too many. Listen, Theon,
Patrick, you're assuming that Theon is not trying to change the culture. You have two people here, Theon.
Could I finish?
To be trying to change the culture.
Could I finish? But that's what I'm saying. I'm not assuming anything. I'm telling you what has to be done. But how long have I been coming to St. Vincent? I have to change the culture. That's my point.
So, change the culture to change it. Wait, guys, hold up. Change the culture to what, though? To what?
To being objective and being professional. Here's one of the things that they don't understand. Being professional is an attitude. It has nothing to do with whether you have a professional soccer league or anything. These are the kind of things that they have to adapt. But every time I go to
the place that you are describing, that is not St. Vincent. The place that you are describing that is in your head, that is not St. Vincent. You have to understand that.
Theon, here's what you have to understand.
Okay, tell me.
When you guys keep making excuses for culture, it will never change.
When you see
it's not excuse, it's reality.
I never made an excuse. Of course
it's the reality, but reality can be changed.
I am not making an excuse. I am trying to show you that the place that you are describing is not St. Vincent.
Theon, listen to me.
You were coming after Patrick. You coming after Patrick.
Okay, I was in radio the other day and I mentioned this. Okay, football is unique because football is an independent group. It's an autonomous group. And what I said was, if football sets an example, and it could for the young people and for other companies in St. Vincent, that's where things can start. It could start within that group, like yourselves, right, who don't have to depend on government money, but if it's run properly, if it's professionally run, if you have the right attitude, that could start. You know, I'm hearing too many excuses about the culture of St. Vincent. I know that. Nothing was born and raised there before all you here. So don't tell me about the culture in St. Vincent.
No, wait. Patrick, wait.
Hold on. Let me finish. Theon, if within football, we create a model, kids to follow, for this to follow. But the problem is, well, I don't want to really elaborate too much on the problem, but that's where it could start.
Patrick.
Hold on, Sammy.
And being small. Come at me, tell me.
All right, hold on, Sammy. I'm not gonna respond to that because you're assuming that I'm making an excuse, so I'm not gonna answer. I'm gonna let you come in. I'm gonna let Stu come in and then we move again. So Alexander after Stu and then Shane.
Hey, God, thanks. From the discussion, there are two things I want to reinforce. This is my opinion. I may be wrong. I stand by my opinion. The development of players on the football field is this club's responsibility. There's also the social development of players, which is what we happen on right now. That is also the club responsibility as well too. However, I strongly believe that the FF must empower the clubs because I think clubs in St. Vincent and the Grenadines are in their embryonic stage still. We're not the Real Madrid and the Chelsea and all of those clubs that has and so on.
Super League.
No. They would deal seriously with this thing, So the FF has to, whether it's implementing certain policies and so on to help in the social development of players. Yeah, that is necessary until clubs become independent enough, and then you can leave the clubs to do their thing. That's my take on that. In addition to that, the Blossom and the Jibel, who have knowledge and understand how to do this thing, need to collaborate with other clubs. I don't know if you guys have any collaboration, or you see clubs, your other clubs, as your opponent, because other clubs out there need the assistance. There are clubs out there who need, they don't have the personnel and so on to, and they don't even listen into some of these things, these discussions that we're having, so that they can go back to their clubs and start implementing and changing certain things and so on. And if it's only Blossom and it's only Jebel, then we have a long way to go to change this culture, because there's a lot of other clubs out there who need that. That's my thing.
Tommy, hold on. Alexander Shane, and then you. Alexander Shane, then you, Sammy. Go ahead. Go ahead, Alexander.
Okay. I am going back at the teaching of the youths. I'm speaking on experience. I had an experience last weekend where we played in the Bronx at Van Cortlandt Field. And entering the field, we put them all back, put down, the kids put down the backpack, and there was a bag of weed there. And one kid pick up the bag of weed, and they're like, Coach, what's this? So I'm like, yo, that's a bag of weed.
What is it? When you tell us flowers?
So, so I practiced yesterday. I had to engage them and tell them, okay. I used to smoke weed, and I tell them the bad experience as a youth smoking weed, because I had my accounts exam. And I forget I had my accounts just because of smoking weed. And I have to explain that to them and tell them, you guys have to just focus on playing now, and then make that big decision after.
Yep.
So it goes back to
teaching.
Block.
Right.
That do value grade.
Right? Shane, go ahead. Leave them.
I have a comment / question, because Stu made a very important point, right, about collaboration. And I know Theon, which is why I was on this program. Theon, you were a prefect, right?
No, I was never.
Did they give you prefect? Okay, but you played football and cricket, right?
Yes.
Well, I say that because you're one of all Valentine's favorites. So
he actually made a lot of noise and wondering why I didn't get prefect and that stuff too. So
that's probably why. So what I'm saying is, Theon is an example of somebody who could attract people to football, would have people listen to him, because people respect him as a player growing up and his love for the game, right? So if someone like Theon is having difficulty in St. Vincent to one, attract the requisite financing to get people on board and to just to do the basics, Patrick, that should reflect the type of society we're dealing with, right? Something Scrambler said about smoking weed. My mother equated playing football to smoking weed, because my older brother smoked weed and he played football, right? A lot of parents have that concept too. They have the concept that kids who are not that academic with football, kids in section 4. So there's not only the lack of resources we have, there's a negative connotation associated with the game in St. Vincent. For example, some of my uncles prefer to play cricket instead of football because they consider cricket a gentleman's game. So those things that you're talking about, while it might sound easy to implement to you, because again, you work in an American society where there's not that connotation. And a lot of people may choose soccer because of the equipment. You don't need as much equipment as hockey. Or there might be rec teams that might be cheaper than the travel teams. So don't ever discount the lack of resources and the conditions that they're operating under. Because while it may be simple to us because of where we live and what we see on a regular basis, it takes a long time to get things done in St. Vincent. And a perfect example of that would be something simple as getting an ID card or even a bank account, right? Like it took me almost a year to get back a bank account I had just because my ID card had expired and I was using it. So St. Vincent is an arcade culture. There's still a lot of growing to be done. And when people say we're going to get there, it's not that we're giving up or making excuses. We're just making it, we're in touch with reality and that, this is what we're dealing with. But we're not going to give up. We're going to keep trying. But it's not an easy feat, as you would say. Because I hear you week in, week out saying the same thing. You guys just got to do this. And I'm like, but they are trying. They just can't flip a switch and just get it done.
Yeah.
And this is the start.
This is the start. Having this conversation is yes, Sammy, it's your turn. Go ahead, sir. You are very patient.
Guys, our youths in St. Vincent need, they need models to pattern themselves after. You understand? I mean, what I recognize from traveling all around Vinci, right? The youngsters in the town is different from the youngsters in the country. The youngsters in the country, they're more mannered. You understand? They listen more. You understand? And it's affect like the guys in town, the players in town. They need us. And this is why I say, guys, we here on the Zoom every Wednesday night, but we have to make sure, and we're passionate about Vinci. We have to go back down there. And Patrick, I'm not sure if you ever experienced, coaching the youngsters down there, U10, U11. You understand? They need you. They need to hear from you. You understand? And I think Shine was really saying something important there when he started out, it's a lot of things we have to fix. And if it didn't come from us, I look at Stowe. Okay, I remember the first time I met you when, I was coming to send me to you in Beckway or something like that, The discipline that these kids have over there is mind-blowing. When it comes to the kids in Beckway to the kids at the mainland, you understand? So they need all of us, and I just hope that, we get off the Zoom when this Sufri thing done and all that kind of thing, and go back and just get back our, something to these youths.
Well done, Sammy. Chanel, you're up. Go ahead, Chanel.
Yes, Sammy. So I understand what you are saying, but I think too, Theon has been trying to do this since when, Theon? How long now?
Sammy could tell you.
But I saying all that to say, look, we have been doing this when it was young. We had a few local coaches or who wants to be coaches coming on the platform, right? And a lot of them haven't turned up for a long time. And we're looking at collaboration. This is something that Theon is trying to do independently. Correct, right, Theon?
Yes.
Right? And we as a local body, we are not even trying to join in and make things better. There's talks here, and everywhere. I think one of our biggest downfall is our egos. You understand? We don't want to hear other people's opinion. You understand? We don't want to hear, okay, this can be a better way. Your way is not wrong, but there can be a better way to get something done. If it's not you doing it, so just for example, if it's not Beckway United doing this, it ain't good. You understand? If it's not system 3 or Jabel, it is not good. It has to be somebody at the top to do it for the others to join in and do it. And until we change that mentality, nothing would get done, or it would look like nothing would get done. But Theon program here has been doing a little bit of change, and it can only get better if all the others join in. If we see that this is for us and not for Jabel, you understand, or not for Blossom or not for Beckwith, but for everybody, St. Vincent on a whole, we can get things done faster. So it would not look in Patrick's eyes that we are not doing.
Chanel.
You understand?
Chanel, just touch on education. They don't want to improve themselves.
True.
You understand saying? Listen, you know, this, I have it right. This is why everybody needs an iPad.
So I'll talk with you.
No, wait, hold up.
Go ahead.
On iPad, right? You have photos, and the first zoom that Theon sent out, the first picture is right there, so you know exactly which day he's starting, right? This is what I'm getting at with these things, right? And this is what the Zoom is really missing. And, you know, it's so much information. You understand? And if you don't read, or if you don't want to get better as a coach, they don't want to get better as coaches. They give them a position down there. Winning and losing doesn't matter to them. As long as they pick up a picture, that's what they're concerned about.
Sammy, let me slightly clear. Yeah. You go for the church, right?
Yeah.
How many years did Noah preach for? And how many people were saved on the ark? Let that sink in. You know the Bible. You're going to preach, Theon. Just keep doing your thing.
Man, why you have to do that?
Why I do that, Chanel? I mean,
is the truth. You just gotta be consistent. We
are still it. That's still it, Chanel. We start still it.
But we have the passion. They have the passion, you know.
Guys, let me ask you this: why am I on this show for all these weeks? That
you tell us.
Why am I coming to St. Vincent twice to improve football? Don't tell me I don't know what's going on. It's just I was born and raised there. I know what's going on. And what's going on in St. Vincent? It's not unique to St. Vincent. I grew up in Brooklyn in the 60s. You guys know what was going on here? You know, I teach kids from Central who half can't speak English. You know, you turn your back and they hit you with stuff in the back of your head with the dust and whatnot. You know, so don't tell me I don't know what's going on. I know what's going on. My point is, first of all, you're going to have good people around you. You have to have ambitious people. So here's the key. We keep complaining, but the solutions is, I always look for solutions. You know, I always look for solutions, and I know what's happening down there. You know, I'm walking down Methodist Church, you know, and what's his name? One of your coaches, they said to me, you will never be president here. You know, never be, because, and you start rattling off a whole other thing. I know that. One guy say, you come down for your retirement plan. Another one say, why is the groundhog? He come to see a shadow. You know, no, don't tell me about what's going on in St. Vincent. I was born and raised there, and there's not a whole lot of difference in the youngsters elsewhere. But the point is, I always look for solutions, right? So my question to you is, and this is how you're going to do it. Again, football can do a lot of things if it's done right and it's professional. You don't need to have a professional league to be able to be taking stats, you know, to arrive on time, game start on time. You know, you keep saying that. You guys are trying. A few years ago, I was in St. Vincent. I asked for a schedule. I could not get a schedule to show me the games a month down the road. So what do you expect me to think? A month down the road, I sat in Victoria Park. Okay, this is about 3 or 4 years ago. And I asked for schedules before I leave so I could see what games. No schedule for a month down the road. I understand all this. This is why I wanted to come down there and work.
You think this is bad?
Everybody's objective. They don't know you, they don't see you, but they don't understand what you have. You see? So they don't take the time to figure out maybe this boy got something here, why he came. They look at the negative side. Doctors come to St. Vincent.
Yeah,
you don't question where they're from. You question what they can do for you. If they're good doctors, they can help. Teachers come to St. Vincent from all over. I never forget Mr. Blaisdell, a Grenadian teacher who teach me math and bishops. Never forget him. I didn't care where Blaisdell was from. I just cared that Blaisdell walk into the classroom and Blaisdell could teach me something.
Guys.
Based on let me finish. Based on the history of football in St. Vincent from way back with scandals, I knew right away, unless you have a body with good policy and consequences for not following this policy and leaving things up to people, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but
you keep using excuses all the time, you're not really going anywhere either. And that's what I did.
But Patrick, okay, Patrick.
And as a coach, listen, as a coach, you're a leader. You have a captive audience. Most of those boys want to play. They will listen to you with the right approach. Tell them you're making their lives better. Show them examples. Explain to them when you tell them something, how it relates to their life.
Patrick.
They're human beings and they can learn. And this has been my approach all along. Technical director, that's what he does. Talk to us. Look, sure, it should start in the home. But in St. Vincent, a lot of it doesn't start in the home. Teachers and coaches, you guys are the last. We are the last people who could probably stop a kid from becoming a criminal. Because we have him in the classroom and we have him young, we have him on the football field. You might not save everybody, but if you could save some, you did your job.
Patrick.
And after a while, things can get better.
Patrick.
That's not even happening. That's what I'm saying. That's all.
Patrick, let me tell you something, man. I'm not a teacher in St. Vincent, right?
Listen. I'm a mature person who have some kids there who knows the ropes.
But listen up, Patrick. It has to be one of the hardest jobs in St. Vincent, being a teacher.
Sammy, nothing is easy. Nothing what's worthwhile is easy. Nothing is easy, man. If it's easy, it's not worth it.
But okay,
challenge.
Along with all of these things, right? This is what does get me vexed, It's no way we can operate without a budget. I mean,
Well, you have people to control the budget, control the budget.
We prioritize, there's not, Patrick.
That's what I'm saying.
A year in advance, a budget is done, and you have to give it, whether it's the grassroots budget, whether it's the elite team budget, whether it's the 20 budget.
Not to the people that you're working for. We're handling it.
Listen to me. You can't tell me, at the beginning of the year, you give the under 20 team, say you get $50,000 based upon, and it starts with the scheduling of the games, where they're going, where they're traveling, whether or not they're traveling overseas and stuff like that, right? That's what last time for the entire year. But you can't tell me that there's something, the senior team going someplace and you have to take the money from the under 20 team. No.
But that's what I'm saying. So here's what should happen. You're going to lose something. You're going to have to pull back monies from somewhere. But let's start with this. This is all about the game, right? This is all about the game first. Start there. That's priority. The teams playing and developing the game. Through a budget, every year what teams have to travel and where. Their coaching staff have to get paid. You know what you pay them. You know exactly what it's going to cost to go somewhere. Nothing is exact. But you put that money aside for the year. It's budgeted and it's untouched, right? Or maybe grassroots or something local has to, if the money is enough, has to probably suffer. So be it. But priority must be given to the game because that's what FIFA fund you for, and that's the whole purpose to be in there. The game.
Patrick,
that's what it is. So this is the thinking that has to happen. Prioritize at the game. Let me get a little example of what I'm talking about, right? And I was there. They said, I don't know what's going on in St. Vincent. So I'm talking to this coach, right? And we were just talking about, what was happening in the federation and blah, blah, blah. So it come to the point where I'm trying to lead up to exactly the whole idea was that, because I think I might have made a statement about how much money that's being spent on fixing the phones and whatnot in the federation. okay, and whatnot. So the guy said to me, you see that little house over there? St. Kitts. That's their federation. It's a little house, right? We have a building. Well, hear them saying, St. Kitts have a little house, St. Vincent have a big building. At that same time, he was telling me that for the first time, St. Kitts women beat Trinidad in the Olympic qualifying, right? Huh? And St. Kitts under 20 team qualified for the CONCACAF tournament because I went to DR to watch them. So St. Kitts got a small little building, but their teams are qualifying and doing well.
But we used to beat St. Kitts out of
it was in DR. And our men's team was a mix-up, and our men's team didn't even have an Olympic qualifying team. This is what I'm talking about. It's a mentality. It's not about fixing a building. Look, if you take it a game first, everything else will fall into place. Everything else will fall into place.
Patrick.
I have a hand up. Go ahead, Akeem. You gone?
I just think, right, Patrick.
Akeem, you gone? I see you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I think one of the things that people don't understand, Sammy, listen.
Hold on, Patrick. Akeem, your voice, because he ain't talk to the name. Go ahead, Akeem. You there?
Patrick, right?
Go ahead.
Patrick, based upon the funds that are available from FIFA, right? You need specialized people who have the skill in drawing down these funds. You understand?
Not drawing down, no, managing them. It's not drawing down, it's not a problem.
No, you haven't drawing down before you start managing. You ain't get it yet?
Well, no, it doesn't take anything to draw down. FIFA sends it to you.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Let me just say,
FIFA send you something for this, that. Go and look at the FIFA forward.
I think you need to structure your statement differently, Sammy.
The money has to be managed.
No. Hold on, Sammy. I think what Sammy is coming from is you need to know how to write the projects in order to get the money.
Thank you.
I think that's the context.
Right. Okay. And when you get the money, you have to manage it properly.
Project.
Okay.
Listen.
Sammy ain't talking about manage. Sammy talking about getting the money first. Can we write projects to get the money?
Right. So are you telling me that you don't?
Sammy, wrong?
You don't have.
Of course, you're correct. You're always correct.
but you are getting the money from FIFA. They're coming through, right?
No, well, Patrick, you ain't getting the maximum of the money. Okay, listen to me, right? Hold up. The most important thing that we have to address, and everybody just feeding away from it, right? Is the club licensing system, right? Why we have 60 clubs in St. Vincent? To do what? We don't need 60 clubs in St. Vincent, but based upon the voting for election, they didn't want to get rid of them. By implementing the club licensing system, we'll get rid of half of them club. And that's what we need to do.
So, Sammy, why is it being done? That's what I'm saying. You got to have the right people who work for the sport. If you have policy and club licenses is mandatory from FIFA, if you don't meet those rules, you don't get any funds and you're not in the major league.
I really believe, right?
I had a program to streamline the whole system in St. Vincent.
These 60 clubs, right? Half of them meet the criteria. You have to get rid of them. Just get them out. Give the money to the 30 clubs who can develop the sport in St. Vincent. You understand? And we're holding on to these 60 clubs and they're just dragging everybody down.
So,
that's what we're doing.
Let me just say something. Okay, and the clubs that we're getting rid of, we suggested getting rid of. This is a suggestion. Are we going to join them with other clubs and make?
Yes, that's the idea. For example, Camden Park, Dublin, Chelsea.
I'll talk about my hometown, man.
Okay. What the next one name?
Parkside.
Yeah. Throw them down there.
Questco.
For what reason?
Yeah, I feel I feel Blossom should join Jebel too.
Oh gosh, and I'm a laugh hard saying.
Guys, that's a huge problem that, that. And
Sammy,
yeah.
Right. So Sammy, the federation has the power to do all this,
Yes, but they're not going to do it because, the votes.
The federation is managing the game in the country. The federation has the power to do all this. Streamline, create new policies, new rules and regulations, policies and consequences, and do what they have to do.
Okay.
Nobody else is doing it.
Okay, listen to me, right? The new initiative that the technical committee had the today. We call that again.
A good thing.
Yeah, of course, it's a good thing. But listen to me now. How it's going to work? We're only with 60 teams. How? 60 teams, 6 of them. We don't want. It's just too much of them. For example, right? When they divide the country into 4, right? They divide it into 4 different places, right? The Kingston zone. That must be like 30-something teams. What the coach for the Kingston zone, what is he going to do with 30 teams? And half of them, all they do is just want to sweat. So the first thing that, I want them to do, implement the club license system and get rid of half of these teams. That's what we have to do. We have to get rid of half of these because they don't belong there. There's no way they could attach a women program to a woman program.
See, when you're an executive and you're in positions like this, you have to make hard decisions. Otherwise, you're not going anywhere.
But
you can't
one of the things
to people, and you can't just let things slide because everything compounds.
One of the things
you gotta make tough decisions.
Okay, one of the things that we don't do, right? We don't like to follow. We don't like to take instructions, and we don't like. FIFA tell them that, everybody tell them that. It's right in the book. It's right in the FIFA book. But they want to do their own thing. Everybody want to have a team. Everybody want to have a team. They can't put two passes together, but everybody want to have a team.
Akeem, you could come now and then Shane after.
I didn't hear the question. Can
the Football Federation stand on its own at the current moment? On its own mean without FIFA finances? Okay.
And it's Theon alone holding the federation. If it was with Theon, they'll fall a long time.
Boy, stop now, boy. You must stop.
I'm telling you.
You must stop. He just gave one day. He just gave one day. Implement club licensing. That is one. That is it. Once that one hit, once that hit, things will start happening.
Man, come on, man.
So what we are in place.
Who have to fall down have to fall down. You understand?
The problem is okay, they're implementing club licensing, but not all the prerequisites. Not all the prerequisites. So, for example, the Premier Division might have, for example, you must have a Premier team, a development team, under 17, females, that kind of stuff. But then you go second division, they might tell them you don't have to have this team.
True.
Whatever. So that's just to keep more or less everybody quote unquote comfortable and just keep everybody in the fold.
Yeah.
If Blossom join with Jebel, it's a lot of things can happen.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Shane.
Yeah, Sammy made a very important point there where he spoke about the grant funding, right? Are there any grant writers on the Football Federation, or do they solicit any grant writers so they could get more funding?
You want the task?
I mean, I'm actually working on a grant right now, so.
Try and listen to this, right?
I'm curious.
Try.
At the current moment, okay, to be honest, from the retreat that was had, that was one of the things. Can we have somebody who's solely responsible for writing a project as well as managing projects that we, so for example, if we get a gold project, the person's task is to write up the project and manage the resources when we get there, as well as some other stuff. So that's something that's in the process at the moment.
He's not here tonight, right? First of all, there's ignore people on his Zoom because we people on his Zoom is about just people Vinci. Not Vinci on his Zoom.
Stop me, man.
Shane, I want to see your face.
Listen to me now.
Go on the camera a minute, please. Let me see, baby.
So listen to this now.
Mind.
The only person, in my opinion, who can do this job is Mr. Hippolyte. And he's not here tonight. There's nobody who can write better than him in Vinci. Okay? And if I'm surprised that nobody call him Mr. Hippolyte. I said, Mr. Hippolyte, we want you to do this job for the Federation.
But
Shane just offer any service there?
I actually so
go ahead.
No. The reason why I asked is like I was just working on a grant tonight. So now the top team, boy, crazy.
Yo.
Top team. Top team. Yeah, but not because like so Theon, these grants had to go to the Federation or could concerned citizens apply for them?
No, member associations.
Okay.
Member associations, you know.
Okay.
So your thing out.
Okay. No, but if
don't study now, man.
If
anything is possible.
Yeah, I mean we should explore it.
The context. I'll give you a context, Sam. So we focus solely on FIFA and webs. If we look at let's say the UN had a program for health and obesity. We could use the context of using football as a means to curb obesity within seniors. You could get the grant from that particular angle, which in turn would help the football context. So you look at it from that side. Yeah.
But also, Theon, it's not all the monies doesn't come from grants. There's certain monies that come automatically. Okay, for these companies, and people tells you what they're for already.
Right. I know this.
Right.
But
not only that, every World Cup, at the end of every World Cup, every affiliate gets a bonus as well. And you don't need to be writing grants for that. That's every World Cup. There's a lot of things that they get. You'll get special money, grassroots, and for women's football money was increased because they're stressing more football. So some things you don't have to, you're writing a grant for the special projects.
They have $500,000. I want to see what they're going to do with it.
No, the line up. Theon, things could be better. Depends on who's doing what.
I agree with you.
And the desire to make football better in the country. That's all it is.
Yes, Theon. With the 500,000, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have to divide it by 10 clubs, at least you go start something with that. But you have to divide it with 60 clubs. No, for example. So everybody got like a 5,000 over here. Wait, what are you going to do with 5,000?
But some of your club going to be 61? Can I hear you farming a club?
Yeah, he and Alexander more credit. And still one going the same place where they complaining have plenty club. Them guys start a club.
Hold on to somebody.
At least we started from 5 years old.
Yeah,
and we already have all the equipment down there.
Come on, man. We are technical director and all that.
If I get anything,
man, we pass the club next
no new club.
But guys, no, I think one of the problems that we have is working together. You understand?
But you the problem, Sammy, you the problem. You are come and start a new club before you join somebody and build.
Wait a minute. This is one thing y'all let's put words in your mouth. You know what I'm doing.
Yeah, for years, I have contributed to one club.
Yes, I know.
And certain individual make that club go down. Okay? So so there goes my investment.
No, really.
I am proposing that the two of you get the clubs down there to form maybe 2 clubs.
Theon, could we discuss?
That's my proposal.
Could we discuss the lessons learned from, or what could we take away from the fact that there are 2 English clubs now in the Champions League final? Let's just learn a little bit about the game. I hope most people saw the games yesterday and today. Does anybody want to discuss it? Or
yes. I'll start.
Go ahead.
We could do that for Tiana and watch the game. So give them time for watch the game and we'll do the next game.
I'm going to bed.
My team.
Because all Sammy going to talk about is how Man City play.
My team has the best coach. And we have the best team players. What else you want? What else?
No, but in general, Sammy, what did you take away from the fact that 2 English clubs got to the final?
Well, everybody knows the English league is the best league. Everybody knows the English league is the best league.
And that was the key.
It's always the best league.
Listen, how you define best league?
Let me tell you what happened.
Hold on. Let me ask a question. So last year there wasn't 2 English teams in the finals. Was it still the best league?
The competition from the first.
Still the best league.
So how then you're going? So how then you're going to use this as a barometer to define that it is?
It's not just this. Liverpool and Tottenham won the final 2 years ago.
When you had 2 Spanish, so that's my point. So if you have 2 Spanish teams in the final, it means that the Spanish league is the best.
Not necessarily.
So I do understand your argument then.
Let me finish.
I do understand your argument.
Well, let me finish.
Patrick, let me answer this.
Yeah, let me hear.
In Spain, it only have 2 teams. It only have 2 teams.
In your context, but go ahead.
Yeah, it only have 2 teams. Barcelona and Real Madrid.
You see Madrid today? Madrid is a team? You see Madrid today? Really?
Tommy, let me land, please. I'm begging. Let me land.
I just want to make one last comment before I go.
Okay, Patrick, let me land, please.
Okay, go ahead. Well, you go on.
Okay.
You get off with Sammy.
In the Premier League, it's a tougher competition.
Exactly, you're correct.
That's opinion.
Patrick,
no, it's not opinion. It's correct. It's correct. Go ahead.
Okay.
Nobody championship. Nobody championship.
Opinion. That's opinion.
No, it's not opinion.
Theon, there's certain parameters you can use. Not just opinion. It's a more competitive league from top to bottom.
What does competitive mean?
Parity, Theon. Parity.
All right. Let me give you an example.
You got 3 good clubs in the best of the world. Parity.
Okay, fine.
Listen to me.
Fine.
This is how it manifests itself today. Let me finish. Today, Real Madrid, nothing left in the tank. Neither did PSG. They could not even come together to.
So that means the league poor?
Yes.
So that means all the other years when English teams they make it to the finals because the league poor.
No, the teams can make mistakes. There's a game. No,
Madrid may make a mistake today. PSG ain't had the best players.
Man, it was so glaring today. Listen, Real Madrid could not even.
Yo, brother, understand me. That's your opinion. Which league is the best league? And it can really
okay, hey, go ask the rest of the world.
Hold on, me not ask nobody.
Let me go back to the big thing.
Exactly. If you get a race, 100-meter race, and everybody running 15 seconds, it's very competitive. All them running the same speed. All of them.
Let me go back to the big football now.
If we're talking quality, It's very slow.
No, but the quality is in 2 or 3 teams, Theon. The quality is in 2 or 3 teams.
I don't, you can't tell me that.
Let me go back to the big football, man.
You can't tell me that.
No, but I just want to say this, huh?
Your opinion.
You could see the competitor. You could see the Chelsea.
Watch me. The same argument you can bring for me.
Let me just say this. 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 Let me just say this.
It's poor the team poor. You poor the poor white bottom club does beat the top club. I come at the argument too.
You can see.
Let me hear.
You can see the competitiveness in the English team.
So no competitiveness in the league.
They are better coaches. They are better coaches in English league.
What does competitiveness mean? Explain that to me. What does competitiveness?
It means that the number 24 team at any day could beat the number 1 team.
So they are equally poor. So they are equally poor.
What do you mean they're equally poor? So because there's an upset, that means they're equally poor.
If the bottom team could beat the top team, it means they're
not necessarily. That's the point.
Okay, wait.
It doesn't happen.
Okay, hold on.
But hold on. But it's a game of moments. How many?
It's that.
You're laughing at yourself.
I'm not laughing at myself.
What's an upset? What is an upset, Theon? What is an upset? Define an upset for me. Define an upset for me. It happens all the time. But it ain't gonna happen every time.
How come nobody could beat Hope and Simmons?
It doesn't happen in those other leagues.
Nobody can beat.
How come nobody could beat Hope and Simmons?
But really, the way Chelsea played and City played, you could see they had more intensity. They worked harder than these guys. The both teams outworked the Europeans.
Patrick,
you know.
Patrick, it's not a score. It's not a score that Man City win by, you know.
Ain't that much score?
They just outplay them.
They outwork them.
They just give up.
Yes, they got to.
They just give up.
Outwork them. They outwork them.
And that Pep, let me tell you something, Pep. This thing trying with this with job forward and kind of thing. You lucky you play Bayern Munich, you know.
Yes, so you could only do that with some teams. You can't do whatever. You only do that with some teams.
You hear again, Chanel. You hear again.
You just try these things, and get away with it.
It's a false 9 you're talking about.
In a competition where you play specific teams, right? Specific teams where teams may not be healthy on a given day. You win the game, you jump up and say you're the best. You're the best. But that's the nature of competition. That's the nature of competition. So,
to say the English league is not the most competitive, don't say that to anybody.
That's your opinion.
It's more than opinion, Theon. It's more than opinion.
Yeah,
so you could tell me how I feel.
Opinion.
You could tell me how I feel.
Yeah.
You can't tell me how I feel.
You could.
I ran with how I feel.
To determine that.
Yeah.
Why are these foreign coaches in England?
What the hell is this?
Coming to England.
Wait.
Challenge.
Because the money there.
Huh?
The money there.
Yeah. Why the money is there? Because they got the teams in the Super League. In the Super League, how many teams are from? How many teams of England were in the Super League?
All right, let me talk. All right, let me talk Super League. Let me talk Super League. What talk?
Yeah, me talking something serious about grandson them thing.
Wait now.
Please, man, I could strain all these real big
Oh yeah. What Tottenham ever do? What Tottenham ever do?
Guys, Tottenham was in the Champions League final against Liverpool.
Where is Arsenal now? It is all business. It is all, no. I said that to say. If to bring back the point. In terms of marketing, it is the best. You can get the most money from it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
but that don't make it the best. That's in your opinion, brother. I keep telling you so.
They have more better teams than the other leagues.
You tell me how my house stop. You can't tell me how
put it that way.
Guys, listen to me now, guys.
And tell me about my house. I love my house.
So Shane, Arsenal coming back tomorrow?
Yeah. That's exactly where I'm walking right now, so I can watch the game. I hope no make me regret.
Theon, before we go, I think we are on 10 minutes before we go, right?
Mm.
This new initiative, right?
Mm.
If we don't cut down the clubs, it's going to be difficult to implement.
Yes, because the money has go too many ways.
Yes, yes. So somehow
and you have enough human resources.
Right. The problem with that now, right? Because members of the executive, they have their own they have their own interest in clubs and stuff like that. And some of them clubs have to go. Some of the executive, members, the club have to go because they're not good enough. You understand? And they worry about staying in power because the votes and stuff like that,
Yeah, that's the politics. That's the nature. That's the politics.
But somehow, man, for the good of football, we have to get it right.
So Blossom have to join with Jubel.
But keep him out close now. Make you go join with Sign Hill.
I will want to join. Serious.
Why want to join?
I want to merge with somebody. I swear.
So
send the club an official email.
All right then.
And I'll go to the board.
I don't know. I know they have a lot of respect for you, but somehow, man, we just can't be giving up them club license, to anybody, and anybody out there. You understand?
Well, for me, right? The idea is this: once you're able to meet the criteria, you should be a part of the club. If you're not, then you're not supposed to be. And when I say the structure, I mean 2 coach for each level,
right.
Technical director, source of funding,
right.
All a sustainability plan. That's what I'm talking about. I ain't talking about just solely do I have a team to participate in this competition.
Right.
I mean, we must be able to see where you are going and how you could contribute to the development of the sport. Not because you could feel 15 months to show up to play a game. That's not the context I'm looking at.
And the most important thing, the youth teams, man. They need to have, these youth teams have to be up and running. You understand? And things are going to change. Just suppose, next month, we don't do well. Just suppose we don't do well. Suppose we look bad. What are we going to do? We can't. We have to revamp the whole program. So a lot is at stake with these 3 games coming.
I don't think we have revamped the program. I think we have to start the program. Revamp. What you going to revamp? What is you going to revamp? What? That's what I'm saying. You need to start a program.
You just say something, and you always say them towards the end when we're going to have it, right? The last time you said that you only have 10 people in Vinci who care about football. Last week.
I never said that.
You said that.
Those China one.
You said that. You said 10 people in 3 weeks ago. You said that, and last week you come to four something. Me something what you're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? 4 people, and I say football could never be in segments. If they're not like that, you had never.
No, that understand. I don't believe I said that, but within context, okay? Yeah. Look at context. So if we start from the leeward side, right?
Right.
Who doing anything wrong? So we might say predators. So that's one. When you come up, lay you. Barely, the thing with Barely is the players generally, there's no team, quote unquote, club there.
Right.
So what you have happening, these players go move centrally. So they might join up with Blossom, they might join up with System 3. Right. Some might go to Jibel, right? Come up, lay you. I know LB are doing some up, so that's 3, right? Come up a little further, Camden Park. So you have
nothing going on in Camden Park. Nothing going on there.
It mess up document.
There's nothing going on in Bookman either.
Not in the document. So
there's nothing in Camden Park. Why did it?
I know for sure Keith doing work. I know for sure. What is his name again, my boy? Fellows.
Right then.
Yeah, I know for sure he does work with kids. So that's 5. You come central, you have System 3, you have Blossom, I know Mona does do some work as well. Right? So we don't reach 9. You go
top coach.
Right. You go further out, you could get Dwight doing some work, I doing some work. So that's 10. You go back way, you get Stu. 11. I'm talking consistent, people who consistent, trying to work. So that was my context. And then you're saying we have 60 clubs. Do you understand? And what is his name?
Suman.
From Annisville. He does do some work with it.
Theon, when you are going to this meeting?
Shit. Medical stuff. Medical.
Yeah. Ball game. So he be.
Right.
And I'm afraid this club racing thing, if we drop some of them teams there, we just, you never know.
I want people merge. That's why I want to see merge and make.
Of course, you have to merge. You have to merge.
Make the club stronger.
Yes.
Sammy, I asked the question with the whole licensing thing because based on paper, they're saying that a lot of these teams/clubs made it on paper, and they what was said to me by the person was that they cannot take away the license as yet. They have to give them a period where they would allow them to show that they actually, like, for instance, December, they said, would have been that period where everybody would have started. So the youths and everything. So let me just say Jebel have on paper. He have a female team. He have a youth program and whatever. When the youth tournament start, Jebel can feed a team. Okay, that is grounds to take away his license, their license, and that is what they would have done. That's what I was told.
That's the process that I understood as well. As well.
It's taking too long. Trust me. In the meantime, you are $1,000 to them. To do what? They don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. You're just giving away money. Giving away money. For no reason.
Guys, St. Vincent could do much better. I know it. Okay, so
I agree with you 100%, brother. 120%. I agree with you.
Could do much better.
120%.
You just need to just walk for the game, man. And it could credit a lot of things can happen. But you guys are missing out on too much. So
this initiative,
everybody else is doing something and moving forward. Everybody else doing something and moving forward.
This initiative, right? I mean, we got to wait 2 months, 3 months, next year, 2 years. I hear something about 2025. I mean, 2025, really?
2025 is what the plan is catering for. So between now and 2025, whatever the plan is, this is the range. And then at 2025, you make your assessment. Well, obviously, going through the process, you make your assessment. At 2025, you then look at what is happening and then you build for the next 5 years or 4 years.
Theon,
it's a strategic plan.
Talking about the technical plan you guys got together working on, right?
Yeah.
Were there any ex-players involved? Was there any ex-players involved in that?
Yes.
Who are the ex-players? Like who?
Mr. Huggins.
What difference would it make? What difference would it make?
Yeah.
Just Connie?
Yep.
Okay.
What difference
you don't think you need somebody from the outside looking in
to do what?
To get a perspective. It's football.
You forget the process I explained. First, there were meetings with the clubs.
I know that, but even outside of that, if you know somebody like myself or whatever who knows the game, I have some to offer. What's wrong with inviting them?
Patrick,
we think I define having my sessions is to take these same ideas there and express them.
Patrick, there are guidelines from CONCACAF and FIFA. That's all you need. You need a lot of people, not coming.
You're talking about guidelines.
No,
we're talking about
what we're trying, it ain't had nothing to do with CONCACAF. What we're trying to do is create a system specific for us.
Football in St. Vincent, how you play the game in St. Vincent, that's what I'm saying.
CONCACAF can give us guidelines, but they necessarily don't understand our structure.
Ain't got nothing to do with CONCACAF.
That's what we're trying to work on. So they will give us some guidelines and parameters, but we have to know what the specifics are, basically. So they're going to say we have built a 2-story building, but we then have to come up with the design and how we're going to do it and what's going to go where.
But guys, I mean, you guys now starting that design, right? And the thing is that, you don't know if it's going to work or not. Because you don't start it.
But that's the process.
Okay, you agree with me, right? What if it doesn't work?
That's what I said.
You reassess.
That we reassess. That's what I said. That's what 2025 for. So as you go, obviously quarterly, if you want to do 6 months, you make an assessment, see where you're going, and we move forward. That's the plan.
Exactly. It should be like a working document. It's always active.
You're always active, and then you keep modifying and.
Exactly. That's how it works. It can't happen overnight.
Yep.
So Tian, how those discussions going from the last 2 weekends?
Very good. Very, very good. Just I would say a few things to settle. Like for example, the specifics we want for the youths in terms of quality that we want.
The participation.
No, well, all of that done. That's that part of it done settled already. It's more specific.
When you say quality, you want to say elite, quality.
No. I ain't talking about that. Okay. Look at it. What are the words we use to define our players? So when we say intelligent, yes, that specific side. What are the things we want to teach them to be intelligent? What are the things we want to get them to be technical? That kind of stuff. And what we want to do with each specific age group. So first, there's the system of play that we're looking at, and how do we break it down across the different age groups so that the U5 begins the process, and as they transition, how do we add things towards that system so that by the time they hit 17, they already understand the context of playing 3 or 4 different systems so that they can move towards the senior level.
And Theon, you could take ideas from other people's models too. There's a basic pyramid of starting with kids from grassroots all the way up. What you do, take ideas from the different people. That's what you do. You can't start,
I just think that we just have to master the principles of play. You understand? And no, listen to me. The clubs them don't master the principles of play. And if you can't do that, where can you go? This is basic.
What you're talking about there now is coaching education. So that as well has its strategic plan as well. So how do we teach coaches and how do we get them to? But first, we have to have what we want them to coach, which is what we're working on. What we want them to move towards.
Okay, Tian. Okay. Mm-hmm. If I'm in St. Vincent, if Patrick is in St. Vincent, if Scrambler is in St. Vincent, if Des is in St. Vincent, right? I mean, we have our own. We're playing based upon the years that we're coaching, and that's not going to change.
No, understand the context. It's the same thing that I told you about before. The federation.
No, that's not true, Sammy.
The federation. Right now, what we're gonna tell you is we want a 2-story building. Your task is to build it how you want, but it must stay a 2-story building. So, for example, we want players who are intelligent and who can play in quick transition as well as be very physical. So that's an example. Are you saying that your system of play cannot fit into that? However you choose to play. So if you decide to play a Guardiola style type football, what must be evident is the players must be physically fit. 2, they must understand the transition very quickly, and they must be intelligent on the ball. If you want to do Jose Mourinho, his particular style, whatever he decides to do, the players must still fit into these specific categories.
That's not. I'm not sure that's the way to go about it. I think we need to examine what are the qualities we have, okay, and coach that, because if we are good at certain things. Okay, you develop our style of play around that.
All right. So let me ask a question.
A coach could.
What
coach?
Question. Yeah. What in the times that we were very successful, what qualities did the players have?
But that's my point. That's why I ask you about ex-players. That's why I ask you about ex-players.
I'm just telling you. I just asked you. Were they physically fit?
Exactly. Well, that's a given. That's
right.
However, okay,
hold on. What
Well,
they physically fit? What they physically fit? Yes or no? Were they good at transitioning quickly?
No.
Were they intelligent players?
Listen, okay.
Yes
let me
yes
answer. Listen.
I listen.
Because they didn't do it in the past, that doesn't mean that that's what they shouldn't be doing.
God, you know, tell me we have to work on with strengths. I know.
But that's what I'm saying. But here's my point. Okay, we didn't play a good. Let's say we didn't play a good transition game. That doesn't mean that we're not suited for it because we got speed. That's the biggest thing in transition.
So I just say.
But that's my point. You're trying to say. Are you trying to say because we weren't good in the past?
I never said that.
Okay, but sorry, but that's my point. Because let me just clarify.
The three things I just mentioned were things that we have.
Exactly.
So I am saying, whatever philosophy or methodology you choose or style of play you choose, you must reinforce these three things.
Of course.
Whatever else you want to do is up to you. Just reinforce that they are physically fit, intelligent, and quick in transition. That's
exactly. Those are part of Theon, we also big. Theon, we're also big and we're also strong. So that physical element has to come into play too.
We cannot train big. We can't. That is genetic.
But that's not the point. It's not. I'm not saying training big.
That is what I am telling you.
You have to know to use big.
I am talking about. Listen, I am talking about what are we going to coach. That is what I ain't talking about genetics. And being able to use big falls under the category of intelligence, understanding who you are and how to play the game. Yes, Sam.
We're not going to bring a foreign coach, a foreign technical director coach.
A fire for what?
Oh, okay. Just ask for free.
I asking you for what?
No, I just think that, if you look around the Caribbean, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't agree with it. You understand? Mm-hmm. They're always going for these foreign coaches,
Mm-hmm.
But more important than hiring a foreign coach, is to develop the whole program and not the national. Because there's no way, if you look at the futsal tournament, the Caribbean team says they don't belong there. They don't belong there at all. They're out of place. You understand? We're not good enough. So the same thing, with what I'm saying with our players, right? I think we who have the experience out here, especially those we who live in America and who coach up here in the youth system, this is what we have to implement down there. I'm telling you. You understand? Scrambler, Desmond, well, every time. Patrick. Shadell is in it now.
You're calling me for? I don't reach back up on a Sammy if that's what you're asking. I go in school, I go in grad school.
So all of these things, I think that's just the easier way to do it, really. But I commend you. I believe in you. If you say you're gonna do it, but I want to know how much hand, how much brain you have.
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. You gotta understand my function and my role, or how I see myself.
Right.
My context is always to see if we could get everybody to have the same vision. If we are let's use Patrick. Let's use Patrick's scenario.
Right.
If we say we love football and we put football first, then the decisions that we make will be based on that.
Exactly.
That's my rule. That's how I see myself.
That's how it should be. Every decision you make,
division.
Right. Every decision you make, ask yourself: is it good for St. Vincent football? Period. That's it.
But see, that is the high level of subjectivity and objectivity to it, because
but there's some things that are given. There's some things that are given.
Yeah, because I tell you, for example, I need 60 teams to be here if I was Vince football go. And next person will tell you no, I need 50. No, I just saying the opinion side of it. And then the person with the 60 gonna tell you why. The person with 15 gonna tell you why. So it's again, can we all get on the same page and start moving in the same direction? What we having is everybody pulling in all different directions.
Yeah.
And you know where it starts, Theon? It starts with us in the Caribbean recognizing we underplay ourselves. We undervalue ourselves. Now, I listened to all you guys and everything we talked about with the performance and the nutrients and the carbohydrates. You guys have that fresh every flipping day. You have it all day.
All right.
Then you got mountains up.
All right.
You got beaches too.
All right.
You talk about regeneration. Theon, one of the nicest, one of the best activities after you finish play is go swim. Go and swim.
All right.
How much of us can do here? You have everything in the Caribbean, and you guys just, not just, I'm not saying this, I'm not in general. They just don't realize it. And they look at this over there, they look at Man U, they look at Arsenal. You don't know what you have in the Caribbean.
Brother, it's a defeat.
Underselling yourselves every time, man.
A defeatist mentality where we are not good enough. That's who we are as a people, and that is what needs to change. And if you even understand the influence of the politics, attacking the literal politics, meaning the day-to-day socialization of people, you're gonna recognize how that influences where we are and how it moves and how it changes. Because the way we think is, if Sammy go forward, I have to pull him back on. I have to pull him back. And if Sammy going by himself.
Here's the other thing. Here's what we should be doing, Sammy.
Yes, you such a nice word. You mean you stab in the back?
Sammy, right. So Theon, but what they don't realize is if one make it, that's saying that others could make it. That's how they have to look at it. That's why anytime, people don't understand why I support West Ham United, a team that's just coming back into form. In the 1960s and 70s, West Ham was the only team to use black players in the first division. Only team. And then all the other teams start talking it. If you read my book, in that section with the English players, you'll realize why. Okay, so you have to think about that. And this is why we want blacks to be successful. Because it says, the thing is, the other folks will use one as a token and try to keep everyone out and try to turn us against each other. But at the same time...
But that's how it is.
But the way we have to look at it is, if one make it, boy, there's room for me. If not, here's somewhere else.
Let me give an example.
If he's doing well, it says that we could all do well. We are capable.
Patrick, give me an example. How many...
So you have to think and look at it.
Is there a week on this Zoom here, me and you have different points of view?
All the time.
All the time. Can we still have the conversation every week respectfully over and over?
Well, I am your show every week, you know.
But I'm saying, do we not have the conversation?
Yes.
That listen to me, that can't happen here, buddy. The time you tell me you ain't agree with what I said, we are enemies, brother. Enemies, that's how the place function. We cannot have that conversation. Yes, sir.
Those coaches who's going to run the program, the new program, right?
There's no coaches going to run it.
The clubs?
There's no, how should I say it? It's integration of the federation and the clubs. So you're trying to get clubs to a point where they can be self-sufficient. But the federation is going to be guiding or setting the principles for them to function.
Okay, but if some of these clubs, cannot meet the club licensing, what made they think they, some of them can't meet it. Some of them, so before you do it, you just get rid of them first. Some of them cannot do it. And you know that.
It's not getting rid of some. It's how we could reallocate resources to suit our specific circumstances. Brother, you know, 120,000 people. We feel we can find more. We can find them nowhere. No?
Let go sleep on let go sleep. I tell you so much tonight. You understand? Because you always come with these things. You supposed to be one who are all the answers.
No, I don't have all the answers, and I've never professed to have all the answers either. You're the one who does say that, not me. I don't have all the answers. I'm here to walk. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to walk as well as lead, as well as follow.
I've got your school teacher, you know, like he always say, you know, Sam, where you up here? What do you do?
Yeah,
I'm a coach. Where your school teacher too?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the status of the national team now? I mean, the game coming up in June, right?
Yeah, they start preseason 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. So they're practicing again?
No, a lot of running, physical fitness, a lot of physical fitness.
Where's that? Where they doing that? In town?
They ain't touched the ball yet. They gotta look at us.
Where?
Annisville.
Okay.
So I want to know, right? I don't want to take a break, you know. So this is preseason again, or this, you know, this is what is this?
Shouldn't it be?
Wow.
It's just a question.
Yeah, what part of St. you from, Theon? Where you from?
I'm from Chateaubriand.
And Kittels. His parents are from Kittels.
I'm very serious. I am from Chateaubriand.
Nah, you know Chateau, man. You know Chateau, man.
No, his father is from Kittels.
My mother is from Chateaubriand. I am from Chateaubriand, so.
Oh my God. I don't know why.
Yes, and I live at Sand Hill. Okay.
What? I didn't hear that, Tia. I just want to know where you.
I'm from Chateaubriand, but
where'd you grow up?
Chateaubriand.
Oh, Jesus. Now listen. The reason why he's how he is, his father grew up like me in a Seventh-day Adventist church. So he come from good. You have good upbringing.
Good stuff.
You understand? His father was one of the better sportsmen as a youth. The only problem is he didn't have the opportunity like I had. That's the only difference. You understand what I'm saying? So this is why it falls to he now. And give him that opportunity. You understand what I'm saying?
No discount my mother's influence as well. So.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know, father.
Yes. So yes, I'm from Chateaubriand, so, but I currently live in Sand Hill.
Sand Hill. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I just want to know.
You could remember.
Want to know your background, that's all.
My background, let me see. How you could know me, boy. I'm from Leyu. I had an aunt in Leyu named Miss Young.
Which Young? What's her first name?
I can't remember her first name.
Patrick left Leyu when he was 8 years old.
Yeah, he should know her, man.
No, Patrick was about 2 years ago.
So the Young family, the Oliver family. So
that's a family. Yeah,
that's my father.
There are about 2-3 sets of Youngs in Leyu, you know.
Right. So that general grouping of people.
Baba.
Yeah, and then in the leeward side it would be Garden and Collis.
Okay.
Yeah, could I say you all can know anything without equipment, you know?
All you doing is your equipment every week. Every week you can sell me your equipment then.
No, it's not trying to sell me your equipment, you know, I had the best equipment, right? And you all can't do anything with the equipment. You need to, let me just make a call, let me just go to school and get some equipment. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. Out school,
tomorrow I can make a call and be like, I'm coming for my bars them tomorrow.
Yeah, I go for ball out there waiting for you.
Come on, man. I look at he tell me, give me some gold posts and some cones too.
Well, I have some. I'm thinking, right? I'm not sure how y'all see somebody's thing. What I propose, right? The competition phase of it.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Whether it's 6x4 goals or whatever, It's probably 6x4 goals because, in the shelters, it's not going to be 11 against 11. So
Well,
that
right now I'm kind of pulling back a little bit because the shelters now, the ministry trying to get in now. They're trying to implement their own stuff. Plus, people are trying to move out to go back home. So.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of trying not to put too much structure around it. Just get them a ball, let them play, enjoy themselves.
So there are no kids in schools now, right? The school is not going on? No?
Whether online or in person, there's no school.
But the kids will have to set CXCs and all those exams coming up. What's going to happen?
What's going to happen? They're going to set the exam.
With on time, under these conditions?
Samuel.
Yeah.
How are they being prepared, though?
Yeah. Where are you?
How are they being prepared, the kids?
Where are you?
They have prepared themselves.
Jenny, where are you?
Boston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boston, huh? Boston?
Yeah. Yep.
I'll tell you, I won't say anything about Boston.
No different to New York City.
Yeah, but Boston is a place, boy, I tell you. I ain't coming there.
Where is this?
Where in America
New York. I can't, but you can have Boston.
Patrick, where in America is racist?
I said you can have Boston. Some more racist than others. You can have Boston.
It's just overt and covert racism.
And you can have Boston, boy. You can have Boston.
Hey.
This is why I like it. You know racism.
Me?
Yeah.
I left. I'm back.
Good.
I left.
Answer the questions.
I left for 5 years. I'm back.
Okay.
I got everything I need here, Sam.
Okay.
Everything I need. I don't need much.
All right. I want to see. I really want to see. I really want to see Coach, man. Honestly, I think that
You miss seeing me coaching. You miss it.
I want to see you coach.
You remember how you came over and you congratulated me when
yes, that's what I want to see. And what I was most impressed about,
But Sammy,
yeah,
I saw Jabel play when I was there. I don't see the man with the dread that stand out. That's why I asked him if he's a player.
Because he was playing. So
you sure?
Yeah.
Marbles?
Since the Zoom, we convinced him he had to retire and stay on the bench.
I say this man from Jabel's, and I don't see. I don't know.
Yeah,
those who can't do the teach, so that's why I teach, brother.
We don't want him on the team. We want him on the sidelines,
Yeah.
We want him on the sidelines.
Wait, Tia, didn't you have a serious knee injury a few years ago?
Yeah, man.
How come you still playing?
Mental strength.
I remember you used to come to school every day with a bandage. With a bandage on your foot.
And crutches too. So
for like 2 years.
Yep. 4 doctors. Don't ever play football again. That was the story. 4 of them. So
so guys, it was nice tonight.
Yeah, man. Good vibes. So we could continue. I'll make the part 2 of this particular presentation.
Right.
That's next week?
Yeah, next week. So,
Theon, make sure you mention and you put in my contribution to the technical presentation.
Why you don't send me your plans? I had and you need to send me.
You have my thing already.
No.
That's my contribution.
Okay. All right.
You start there.
All right.
Start with what you have.
So how long you send the plan, eh?
No, what kind of plan you think you want from me? Tell me. No, tell me. In that context.
Can't say, Patrick.
Patrick, you should put your plans on YouTube and do tutorials, No.
No.
You don't want to do that?
Nah, I won't do that.
Why?
No, I won't do that.
You had the time, man.
Huh?
You had the time.
Guys.
When my plans, I'll execute them first as a model and help St. Vincent football. That's what I'll do. I don't want to
Patrick,
all over the place.
Tell me you
successful somewhere.
If you tell me you've been in America since the 60s, and you still gonna execute the plan, right? when that plan will execute. Yeah.
When he land in Vinci. Yeah, gentlemen, we got vibes. I have some SBS to go mark.
Good job tonight, guys, yeah. and good night to everyone.
Stay safe, everybody. Vicky, blessings. Yep. I realized you had some internet issues.
You guys, the guy who passed tonight, that's Fame's son, you know.
Who's this? Who's this? Tammy.
Somebody got murdered in this.
Fame's son?
Yeah.
Wait, is Lopez got killed?
Yeah. Lopez, yeah.
Fuck. He used to run.
Yeah.
But wait, how did that happen?
He was 23.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah, I remember.
Shot in Pazla.
I sent you the picture. You want to see the picture, Patrick?
Yeah, man. Send to me. Right. Famous one of the best forwards come out of St. Vincent, you know. Very good player, man.
Yeah, he was.
You remember he involved in coming and playing, right?
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, excellent player, man.
So we go vibe next week, people. Stay safe.
Yeah, man. Right. Tommy saying that to me. Gentlemen,
make sure you get a second injection.
And we'll talk again. Keep it going. Bye-bye. Sammy, looking forward to it. Tell me. All right.
You got it right now.
Okay.
It's there.